The ambassador of Persia entering the court.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Welcome.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I bring you greetings from His Majesty, the King of Persia, and request permission to present a gift he has sent for you.
Please, please.
Greetings to my friend and supreme ruler of India, Akbar the Great. Continuing our tradition of exchanging riddles, I think I have found a suitable challenge for you, my friend. As you see, the tiger in the cage is an artificial one. The challenge is to empty the cage without touching the tiger or the cage itself. Only 3 attempts are allowed. One person may make only 1 attempt at solving the riddle. I'm sure you will find the task challenging and entertaining enough. Sincerely yours, the Shah.
Birbal, what do you think? Do you have any ideas?
Yes, Your Majesty. If I have your permission, I do have a couple of thoughts.
Your Majesty, we should be given a chance too. Why does it always have to be Birbal?
Sure, Sukhdev Singh ji. I shouldn't show favoritism. Birbal, we shall let Sukhdev Singh ji try to solve the riddle.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, I have invited to the court the great magician Jadoo Ram to entertain us. He is reputed to be the best magician in the country. I am sure he can perform this task. I would like to invite him in now, with your permission.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Please call for the magician. Magician Jadoo Ram, please enter the court.
Greetings, Your Majesty. Abracadabra, 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 abracadabra. Shabash, thank you.
We have a test for you to perform. You see that tiger in the cage? Can you remove the tiger from the cage without touching either the tiger or the cage?
Of course. Yes, Your Majesty, I can certainly do it. May I proceed? Please proceed. Jamura, open the magic box and get inside. I will make the Jamura sit inside this box, and then with my magic powers shall make him disappear and get the tiger into the box. Please close the curtains of the cage. Abracadabra, great booms of fire. Nothing comes between my desire. When I move my magic wand, the period of waiting comes to an end. Please open the box. Oh?
Help, help, get me out of here!
Huh? Open the curtain.
Help, help, Buster, get me out of here, please!
I think I've made a slight mistake. I can correct it. Abracadabra.
Stop. Your Majesty, the rules state that no person will be allowed more than one attempt.
Birbal, do you wish to try now?
My pleasure, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, I would like an opportunity too. I know just the right person to perform this magic.
If you're sure, Dilir Singh ji, please go ahead.
Your Majesty, I have invited to the court the renowned Ojha Kali Babu. He can rid people and places of evil, besides performing several miracles. I am sure he can solve this small riddle.
Ojha Kali Babu, enter the court.
Jai Kali.
Ojha ji, welcome. We have a small problem that needs to be solved. Can you remove this tiger from the cage without touching the tiger or the cage?
Jai Kali. No challenge is big enough for me. Of course I can do it. Don't worry, boy. I shall have you out of here too. Jai Kali. Om Shom Im Klim Om Shom Im Klim Shum Jai Kali. Om Shom Im Klim Shum Jai Kali. Please remove the curtain from the cage and witness my powers.
Since there is just one more chance left, Birbal, why don't you solve this riddle now?
Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, may I have 2 red-hot iron rods, please?
Sure. Please arrange 2 rods for Birbal.
There you are, Your Majesty.
Bravo, Birbal. Excellent.
It was fairly simple, Your Majesty. The tiger was made of wax and it was just a matter of observation to solve this riddle. Your Majesty, Birbal is certainly the most precious jewel in your crown.
Long live Birbal! Long live...
Bravo, Birbal. Once again, you have proved that one just needs good common sense and observation powers to solve most problems. Bravo. Bravo.
Long live Birbal! Long live Birbal! Long live Birbal! Long live Birbal!
It is really cold this year.
Yes, Your Majesty, almost everyone moves outdoors reluctantly nowadays.
Well, people still have to work, be it cold or not.
Well, they do have to, but when it really gets chilly, most of them stay indoors.
Oh, the water is nearly freezing. I'm sure you're right, Lalaji. Who would venture out in this weather?
Your Majesty, I beg to differ.
Birbal, you don't have to contradict me in everything I say.
Beg your pardon, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to contradict you, but was merely pointing out that there are those who have to work in the most trying circumstances.
You mean to say there are people who would do anything for just a little money?
Yes, Your Majesty. That's exactly what I was suggesting.
Well, I don't agree with you on. I mean, there are limits to how much a man can push himself for some wealth.
You're right, Your Majesty. I don't think so either.
Your Majesty, there are people in your kingdom who, due to circumstances, take up any challenging task if assured of a suitable reward.
Why not put this theory of yours to test and find out if it is true? Can you find someone who would stand in this freezing pond all through the night? I would reward the person with 10 gold coins for doing so.
Yes, Your Majesty. Even for so small a reward, there will be people willing to perform the task you have in mind.
I really would like to believe that, but I have my doubt. Firstly, I don't think anyone will take up the challenge after he has felt how cold the water is. And secondly, if he is foolish enough to take it up, then I don't think he would last till morning.
Your Majesty, I am very confident I can find such a person.
Well, why don't you prove it and find a person? Let's have this test done today and prove you wrong for once. I really think you have overreached yourself this time, Birbal.
Your Majesty, I shall find a person by this afternoon and have him present in your court in the evening. Your Majesty, I have found a person to take up your challenge. He's waiting outside for your permission.
Oh, really? This man I have to meet. Please call him.
Gangaram, please enter the court.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Has Birbal explained the task you need to perform?
Yes, Your Majesty. I have to stand in the pond in your garden all night long.
Man, aren't you scared you would freeze standing in the pond? Or you haven't realized how cold it really is?
Your Majesty, I know how cold it would be in the pond.
I really think you are a fool to try this stunt for just 10 gold coins. Birbal, I shall have 2 guards standing watch over this man while he's in the pond. This man is our guest for tonight. Feed him well, as it may well be his last meal. I'll see you both in the morning then. So Birbal, how has your man fared at the task he was set?
Your Majesty, he's waiting outside. Why not ask him yourself?
Gangaram, please enter the court.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
So tell us, how was your night?
It was not very comfortable, Your Majesty, but I got through it with the Lord's blessings.
You mean you actually spent the whole night in the pond? I don't believe it.
Yes, Your Majesty, these guards are my witnesses.
Tell me the truth. Did this man spend the entire night in the water?
Yes, Your Majesty. He stepped out of the water only at sunrise. Both of us kept watch diligently.
I really find it difficult to believe you could do that. How did you manage? What did you do? How did you pass the time?
Well, Your Majesty, it was very difficult in the beginning with the cold getting to me. But then I started watching the lamppost at the lakeside and spent all night looking at it and praying.
Aha! There, your secret is out. You must have been getting the warmth of the lamp and thus managed to stay in for so long. I knew it. It wouldn't have been possible for you to do it otherwise.
But Your Majesty,
How dare you try and cheat? However, I won't punish you for it, as I can understand how difficult a task it was. But you can certainly forget about any reward.
but Your Majesty,
Stop! Enough! I don't want to hear any more. Guards, escort this man out of the court. Birbal, you have to admit defeat this time. You were proven wrong for once.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, for having contradicted you.
Well, it's all right, Birbal. Everyone has a lapse of judgment at times. Let's move on. I think we have to decide on a return gift to the Shah of Persia today. Have you any ideas?
Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, but I have a domestic problem that needs to be solved. I seek your permission to leave now and return to the court later in the afternoon.
Sure, Birbal. Please proceed, but do come back soon. Where is Birbal? Hasn't he returned from home yet?
No, Your Majesty. He's not here yet. Shall we send a messenger to summon him?
Please send a messenger and ask him to report here directly. I have to decide on the Shah's gift today. In the meanwhile, you can proceed with the other matters.
Your Majesty, we have the figures for this year's taxes from all over the country.
Your Majesty, Birbal has sent a message saying that he is having his lunch and shall be here as soon as he is done.
What is wrong with Birbal today? He doesn't eat so late. I think he should have finished by now. Why don't you ride to his house with an extra horse and ask him to ride to the palace as fast as he can? Well, how come you're alone? Where is Birbal? I thought I asked you to get him along with you.
Well, Your Majesty, I did go to his house and gave him your message. But Birbal was busy preparing his lunch and has asked me to inform you that he would be here just as soon as he is done.
I think I have to personally see to what Birbal is really up to. I shall go to his house right now.
Welcome, Your Majesty. Long live Emperor Akbar.
Welcome, Your Majesty. I'm sorry if I inconvenienced you in any way.
What are you up to, Birbal? The messenger said you are having lunch. And what is this contraption you have set up?
Your Majesty, that pot you see hanging, well, it's my lunch. I'm preparing vegetable stew. Alas, it's not ready yet.
Birbal, are you out of your senses? How will it get cooked if you hang the pot so high above the fire?
Your Majesty, I don't see anything wrong with my method. Why shouldn't it cook? It's right above the fire.
Have you lost all your senses, man? How can the food get cooked if it doesn't get heated up? And I don't see how it will if the pot is so far above the fire.
Well, Your Majesty, I thought if Gangaram could keep himself warm in the water just looking at a lamp from some distance, why wouldn't my food get prepared hanging a bit higher above the fire?
Okay, I get your point. Well, you win. Have your man present with you in the court in some time, and he shall have his reward.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
And Birbal, this is for you, for it takes real courage to point out to an emperor his mistake. And the method you chose left no room for any doubt about the correctness of your argument. Bravo. Bravo. Well done.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, you are a truly great ruler. Everyone praises you in the kingdom and outside too.
Thank you.
You take care of everyone in the kingdom and treat them like your family. But
But what? Have I been ignoring somebody? Or is someone feeling neglected?
Well, Your Majesty, the way you think about everyone's needs, do spare a thought to your ancestors too.
My ancestors? Good God, man. How do I take care of my ancestors? When, God bless their souls, they are sitting in heaven.
Your Majesty, you could certainly take more care of them.
I do take care of my ancestors. We pray for their souls, we have built royal tombs for them, and offer prayers regularly too. What else would you have me do?
1,000 apologies, Your Majesty. I don't mean to upset you. It's just a thought, but you haven't sent anyone to heaven to find out if they need something.
You are out of your mind. How will this person travel to heaven and come back?
Your Majesty, I have heard of this great yogi who can send someone to heaven and get him back. Why don't we send for him? Minister Abdullah is a big devotee of Yogi Ji. We could ask him to call the Yogi Ji and find out from him.
Okay. You asked Minister Abdullah to have Yogi Ji in the Darbar tomorrow.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Have you called for the Yogi Ji? Is he here in the Darbar?
Your Majesty, Yogiraj Niranjan Baba is waiting right outside. I shall invite him in now with your permission.
Please go ahead.
Yogi Raj Niranjan Baba, please enter the court. Alak Niranjan.
Welcome, Yogi Raj. I've heard you are able to send one to heaven and get them back.
Alak Niranjan. His miracles are far and many. I am a mere devotee. Of course one can go to heaven and come back if one wants to.
Oh. I want to find out if my ancestors are comfortable and if they need anything.
I can certainly do it, but you need to send a person you can trust and is close to you, as he would have to overcome the temptation of staying in heaven and come back.
Your Majesty, I suggest you ask Birbal to go to heaven. There's no one you trust more, and he is close to your heart too. Besides, I'm sure he shall obey you and resist the temptation of staying back in heaven too.
Birbal, would you make this trip for me?
Of course, Your Majesty. I shall be honored to make the trip on your behalf. Yogiraj Ji, how long will the trip take? When do you think I would be able to get back? And how do I travel?
Well, I shall light a holy fire, and once you enter it with my powers, I shall open the path to heaven for you. You can then return within 2 months, unless of course you decide to stay back in heaven. Very few have resisted the temptations and come back. Alak Niranjan.
Well, where would you perform this ritual, Yogi Ji?
I can perform it from anywhere, but in this case we shall perform it on the banks of the holy river Yamuna. You would reach heaven faster from there.
Your Majesty, since I shall be away from home for a long time, I request 4 to 5 days before I start on this journey, as I need to take care of a few things.
Certainly, Birbal. Yogiraj Ji, Birbal shall travel after 5 days. Please make the arrangements.
Long live Emperor Akbar. Bam Bhole, Jai Bhole, Alak Niranjan. Please.
Goodbye, Your Majesty.
Goodbye, my friend. Come back soon.
As soon as I can, Your Majesty.
Long live Birbal! Long live Birbal! Long live Birbal!
Yogiraj Ji, I don't mean to underestimate your powers, but are you sure no harm will come to Birbal?
Your Majesty, rest assured, I have sent so many people to heaven in the past, and nobody has complained of any pain whatsoever. Please don't worry.
I'm sorry. Please proceed.
Bam Bhole, Jai Bhole, Alak Niranjan. Bam Bhole, Jai Bhole, Alak Niranjan. Birbal is now on his way to heaven, and within 2 months he shall be back, unless of course he is too tempted to stay back and enjoy the fruits of heaven.
Of course he shall come back. Birbal is very trustworthy. Isn't he, Your Majesty?
Of course, of course.
Well then, there is nothing to it. But wait for him to come back now.
Thank you, Yogi ji. Thank you.
His Majesty Emperor Akbar. And so we need to fortify our battlements along the fort at Jaipur. Your Majesty?
I'm sorry, Mansingh ji. I'm missing my friend Birbal a lot. It's almost 2 months since he left for heaven. What did the Yogi Raj say? I think he said 2 months, am I right?
Yes, Your Majesty. But he also said that most people cannot resist staying back to enjoy the pleasures of heaven and forsake the world for it. Maybe Birbal too has decided to stay back, Your Majesty.
No, never. I have complete faith in Birbal. He will come back.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Welcome back, my friend. How are you?
I'm very well, Your Majesty. Thank you.
Tell me about your trip and how are things there? Did you meet my ancestors and how are they?
Your Majesty, my trip was wonderful, and heaven is everything that we heard about and more. I did meet your ancestors, all of them, and they're doing fine. In fact, what the Yogi Raj said is absolutely true. It is very difficult to leave behind the pleasures of heaven once you've seen it. But my duty beckoned, and here I am.
Shabash. I always knew I could trust you, Birbal. So, my ancestors are all fine and enjoying themselves. Do they need anything? And why have you grown your hair so long?
Well, Your Majesty, they've asked me to pass on a request to you. You see, they do not have any barbers in heaven, hence this growth. They all have very long hair up there in heaven and have asked you to send your personal barber if you can.
Of course I can. Please call the royal barber right now, along with the Yogi Raj. It's a good thing I have invited the Yogi Raj to stay with us as our guest. He's right here too.
Greetings, Yogi Raj ji.
Yogi Raj ji, it's a good thing our royal barber suggested I send someone to heaven, as Birbal has just conveyed to me that my ancestors desperately need a barber in heaven. So please make preparations to send him to heaven. Let's do it first thing tomorrow morning. Both of you deserve and shall receive rewards from me. You have both made me very happy.
Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have sinned. Please forgive me. This Yogi Raj is a fraud, and I was put up to do this by Minister Abdullah. He is jealous of Birbal's popularity and his closeness to you. I don't want to die so soon. Please, please, please forgive me. If I am put on the pyre, I shall definitely die. I don't know how Birbal survived, but I won't.
Well, I'm ashamed of this dirty conspiracy against my friend. Guards, throw the barber and this fraud Yogi Raj in prison. Minister Abdullah, for your crime, I want to hang you. But since you have served me well for so long, I spare your life. But I do not wish to see your face again. I banish you from my kingdom. Guards, escort this man out of here. Tell me, my friend, what we are all very curious to know. When did you suspect them? And how did you escape from the fire?
Well, Your Majesty, the day Yogi Raj ji came to the darbar for the first time and mentioned lighting a pyre and making me stand in it, that's when I understood it was a conspiracy to get rid of me. So I asked for 5 days permission from you. And within those 5 days, I built a small tunnel from my house right up to the pyre. The day I got into the pyre, I stood right above the trapdoor to the tunnel. As soon as the fire was lit, I opened the trapdoor, got into the tunnel, and went straight home. Since I didn't have any proof against them, I wanted one of them to confess, and who better than their pawn, the barber. Hence the 2-month delay in getting back from heaven and the hair growth, Your Majesty.
Shabash Birbal. Bravo. Nobody can get the better of you. You are the best. Bravo, bravo.
Thank you, thank you.
There are just too many crows in our city.
Yes, Your Majesty, you're right. There are just too many of them. And they create such a racket too.
I wonder exactly how many of them are there. I bet that's one thing nobody can ascertain for a fact.
Well, Your Majesty, nothing is impossible.
Birbal, I'll take your word for it, if only you can prove it. Can you count how many crows there are in the city?
I certainly shall, Your Majesty. Give me a couple of days and you shall have your answer.
All right, Birbal. I shall wait eagerly for your reply.
Please, I would like to meet Raja Birbal. My lord, I am sorry for disturbing you.
No, it's all right. Who are you and how may I help you?
My lord, I am Neki Ram. I am a poor farmer living on the outskirts of the city. But I am ruined now unless you help me, my lord.
Please do not despair. Tell me what the problem is.
I have been saving a little money every year for my old age and stored it in a pot which I buried beneath a tree outside my house. About 3 months back, I decided to go on a pilgrimage to Banaras and was wondering how to keep it safe in my absence. That's when I thought of my friend Lala Kishori Lal. Kishori Lal is a rich man and we have been friends for a long time. So I went to his house. Hello friend, how are you? I am planning to go on a pilgrimage to Banaras and thought I should meet you before I left.
That's very nice. Please do get some prasad for me and do remember me in your prayers.
Oh, of course I will. Actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor. This is my life saving and I was hoping you'd take care of it.
Rest assured, my friend, you have a wonderful trip and collect the money whenever you return.
Thank you so much. You are a true friend. Goodbye and thank you once again. I left for Banaras the next day and fulfilled my wish of praying there. The day before yesterday, I returned home in the night and rested. Thinking I would go to Kishori Lal's house the next day and collect my money. Hello friend, how are you? I came back last night from Banaras and as I promised, I've got some prasad for you too.
Okay, thank you. Is that all? As you can see, I'm very busy.
Actually, I wanted to collect my money too, if you would be kind enough to return it.
Money? What money? Are you out of your mind?
Please, don't do this. I am a poor man. It was my life saving that I gave you for safekeeping. Please, return it to me.
How dare you? Why would I take money from you? I am a rich man myself. I don't need to take money from the likes of you. I have never taken any money from you. Get out of my sight and don't ever show me your face again.
I couldn't sleep all night and kept wondering what I should do to get back my money. Then I thought about you, sir. I had heard so much about you. You are a very wise man, sir. Please help me get back my money.
Tell me something. Were there any witnesses when you gave the money to Kishori Lal?
Unfortunately, there were no other witnesses present when I handed over the money to him in his garden.
Well, don't worry. If you are telling me the truth, then you shall have your money back. Go to Kishori Lal and ask him to be there with you in the Emperor's court tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Your Majesty, there's a person here who wants justice done. He came to my house with a complaint. Shall I ask him to come and present his case?
Please call him.
Please call for Nekiram and Kishori Lal.
Kishori Lal and Nekiram, please enter the court.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Tell me, which one of you has the complaint and what is it?
Your Majesty, I am a poor farmer and had given Kishori Lal, who I thought of as my friend, my life saving for safekeeping before I left for my pilgrimage. But he refuses to give it back to me now that I have returned.
Well, is this the truth?
He is lying, Your Majesty. Actually, I made the mistake of being good to him a few times. And he started calling himself my friend and is now trying to blackmail me into giving him some money by concocting this fairy tale and spoiling my name. I am a rich man. I don't need to chase the likes of him.
Birbal, what do you think? What should be done?
Your Majesty, I think Nekiram needs to produce a witness to corroborate his story if it is true.
Sir, I have told you there were no witnesses.
Well, there must have been someone or something. Why don't you go back to the place where you handed over the money to Lala and look? Ask the bush or the bird or the tree closest to you when you gave the money to come and corroborate your story.
But sir...
Stop. Haven't you heard Birbal? Go now and ask whoever or whatever was present at the place to come along with you and corroborate your story. Go on now. Birbal, what happened to that count of the crows? Haven't you finished yet? Or have you given up?
I have finished the count. Your Majesty, there are 10,591 crows in the city.
What? Are you sure? What if your count is proven incorrect? How come you are so sure?
I'm positive my count is accurate, Your Majesty. If you were to count the crows and found a few more or a few less than my number, well then, Your Majesty, either the difference in number will be because of some visitor crows from the neighboring areas or because some of the city crows might be visiting the neighboring areas, Your Majesty.
Bravo, Birbal. What a clever way of answering the question. Bravo, Birbal, bravo.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Lalaji, Nekiram is taking too long a time in returning. I wonder what the problem is.
Oh, I think he must be facing some difficulty convincing the banyan tree in my garden to come to the court as a witness.
Your Majesty, please punish this man, as he's a liar and a cheat. How does he know Nekiram would try and convince the banyan tree in the garden to come to the court, unless he accepted the money standing next to it in the garden?
Kishori Lal, you should be ashamed of yourself for cheating a poor man who considered you a friend. Guards, throw this man in prison. Don't worry, Nekiram, you shall have your money back today. Birbal, I understand you were up to something when you asked Nekiram to bring any bush, bird or tree as a witness. Bravo. What a clever way to get a cheat to admit his fraud. Bravo.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Long live Akbar! Long live Birbal!
I observe you being very partial towards Birbal in the Darbar.
Oh, please do not start this again. I have explained to you earlier too. Birbal is the most intelligent.
Mansingh is also very intelligent, but you always make it a point to ignore him, despite the fact that you know he is my brother.
An emperor has to rely on the wisest counsel available to him. And in my court, it is Birbal. Mansingh may be your brother, but most of the time it's Birbal who is right.
How do you know Mansingh is not as good as Birbal? I know he can be as clever as Birbal, if not more, given an opportunity. Do give him a chance to prove himself. I'm sure he can meet any challenge.
All right, I have an idea. I shall send both of them on a mission. And if I am correct, only because of Birbal, they will return successfully. It would prove to you once and for all that I am absolutely correct about Birbal. I will ask Birbal and Mansingh to travel to Persia tomorrow morning.
Persia? But why?
Well, I'll tell you once they are back. Birbal, Mansingh, I want you to visit Persia and carry this message from me to the Shah. I want to send some gifts for him too. And I have decided to send my two most reliable people as ambassadors.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, thank you very much for this honor. I assure you, our conduct in the Shah's court shall make you proud.
When do you want us to leave, Your Majesty?
Well, I want you to leave today. Spend a couple of days in the Shah's court and return with his reply.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, I am Mansingh, and this is Raja Birbal. We are here as ambassadors of Emperor Akbar.
I'm honored and delighted to have the two people closest to our friend, the great Emperor Akbar, in our court today. I'm aware that you, Mansingh ji, are the Emperor's brother-in-law. And of course, tales of Raja Birbal's exploits have reached our courts too.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, we bring for you a message from our beloved Emperor.
I really don't believe this message from the Emperor. He wants us to hang these two fine gentlemen. What do we do?
Your Majesty, the Emperor himself has sent you an official request, so I don't think we really have a choice in this matter.
But we don't even know their crimes. And why send them all the way here to be punished?
I'm sure the Emperor wouldn't have taken this decision lightly, and that is why he's not carrying out the sentence in his own country. Maybe he fears a revolt. After all, both of them are very, very popular there.
I think what you're saying is absolutely right. We really don't have a choice. We have to carry out the Emperor's request. Guards, arrest these two men. They shall be hanged first thing tomorrow morning.
Hanged? Your Majesty, why are we to be hanged? What is our offense?
I'm sure you are aware of your offenses. And it's not my wish, but your Emperor's request.
I am sure there is some misunderstanding, Your Majesty. The Emperor wouldn't do something like that.
I am afraid there is no room for misunderstandings. This message from the Emperor that you have brought for me clearly requests me to carry out this sentence for you two. Guards, take them away.
Your Majesty, please, I'm sure there has been a mistake. Please, spare our lives. Please, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. I don't believe this. It can't be happening. I don't want to die. What is our crime? And you? How can you sit so calmly while we are to be hanged tomorrow morning? Aren't you scared? You didn't utter a word while the sentence was being passed on us?
Relax, Man Singh ji. Trust me, nothing will happen to us.
Nothing will happen? What do you mean nothing will happen? Hasn't it gone through to you? We are going to be hanged tomorrow? We are going to die?
Man Singh ji, relax. I assure you, we shall get out of this mess alive. I was just wondering why the Emperor put us in such a position.
Man, are you out of your senses? You are wondering why the Emperor put us in this position? We should be thinking of ways to get out of this problem.
Trust me, we shall be set free tomorrow morning. You will have to do exactly as I ask you to. Listen. Hang me first, Your Majesty.
No, Your Majesty. Please hang me first.
No, Your Majesty. I spoke first. I should be hanged first.
No, I am the Emperor's brother-in-law. I should be hanged first.
So what if you're the Emperor's brother-in-law? I'm his most trusted minister. I should be hanged first.
Have you two lost your minds? Aren't you scared of dying? How come you're so eager to die?
Why should we be scared? For the reward that awaits us, we shall happily die.
Reward? What reward?
Your Majesty, our chief astrologer had predicted that the one who's hanged first here today shall be the Shah in his next life, and the one hanged next shall be the Prime Minister.
How can this be possible? This cannot be really true.
It's true, Your Majesty. Our chief astrologer has never been wrong. Please, hang me first.
Your Majesty, I think we have to reconsider the Emperor's request. I think what they're saying is true.
Yes, but what are we to do? How can we refuse to carry out the Emperor's request without offending him?
Your Majesty, you could send a message back with them saying you couldn't carry out the request until you knew what their offense was. That way you put the blame on the Emperor, Your Majesty.
You are absolutely right. That's what we shall have to do. Both of you are set free. There has been some misunderstanding. Please carry our message back to the Emperor and return immediately.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty.
Welcome. Tell me, how was your trip?
It was great, Your Majesty. Thank you.
All right, Birbal, I give up. Please tell me, how did you overcome the problem I put you through?
Yes, Your Majesty. Please tell us why you put us through that. How have we offended you?
You haven't offended me in any way. It was just a test I put you through. But now I'm very curious to know, how did you get out of there?
Your Majesty, it's only because of Birbal's wits that we are alive today.
I'm very sorry for putting both of you through this. But let me assure you, I had sent a second letter with the guard accompanying you. He would have handed it over to the Shah and stopped the hanging in time. Birbal, you have proved me right again that you are the best of all my ministers and can get out of any situation with your wits and smarts. Bravo, Birbal, bravo.
Bravo, Birbal, bravo.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
I welcome you, Man Singh Ji. We have all heard how you single-handedly caught the notoriously dangerous bandit Janga. I congratulate you on your bravery.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Where's the bandit Man Singh Ji? Please present him in the court. I would like to hand out the strictest of punishment to him for harassing the people of my empire for months together.
Your Majesty, please forgive me. On our way to the palace, while we were crossing the village river, the bandit suddenly disappeared.
Disappeared? What do you mean? How can somebody disappear like that?
Your Majesty, please believe me. I too was stumped. I don't know how he escaped from our clutches. I searched for him high and low, but he was nowhere to be found. In fact, since it was such a sunny afternoon, the river too was deserted, except for a sadhu who was bathing at the river. Janga just vanished, Your Majesty.
Enough. That's enough, Man Singh Ji. I will hear no more of this nonsense after all the faith I had in you. You have disappointed me. I banish you from my kingdom.
Your Majesty, I promise to find him. Please, just give me one more chance.
Enough. You will not get any more chances. Leave my kingdom at once. Else I shall have the guards throw you out of my court. Maharani.
Your Majesty, you seem a little upset.
Maharani, I have banished your brother Man Singh from my kingdom. He has utterly failed me. He let a dangerous bandit get away from him.
But Your Majesty, I'm sure it wasn't his fault. And Man Singh would soon apprehend him again.
He cannot make such a dangerous mistake, Maharani. I am very displeased with him.
Give him a second chance, Your Majesty. After all, he is my brother. You must keep this fact in mind also.
Enough, Maharani. I will not listen to any more pleas regarding Man Singh. So what if he's your brother? No one is above the law of the land.
But Your Majesty, Man Singh is no ordinary courtier. You cannot do this to him.
Maharani, now you two have offended me with your unjust demand. No one can disobey me, the emperor. I banish you too from my kingdom. You can take along with you things that are most precious to you. Gold, silver, diamond, jewelry. Take whatever you like, but leave the palace within the next 24 hours.
My dear sister, has someone hurt your feelings? Why are you crying?
Brother, I spoke to the emperor to forgive you and not banish you from the kingdom. I ended up offending him instead, so he banished me too. Oh, what should I do now? Where will I go?
Don't worry, sister. We will think of a way out.
There's no way out. The emperor even refuses to listen to me.
Why don't we approach Birbal? He is so clever. I am sure he can help us out of this situation.
Yes, that is a good idea. Only he can help us out of this.
Oh, so that is why the emperor has banished you from the kingdom too. Don't worry, my lady. I have an idea, which I'm sure will not fail. But I need you to do exactly as I say.
I'm prepared to do anything to stay with the emperor.
All right. Here's what you have to do.
Greetings, Your Majesty. The Queen has sent a special request for you. Before she leaves for her father's place, she wants to have a last dinner with you.
Please inform her that I shall be there in a while.
Your Majesty, I am truly sorry for offending you, and I do deserve the punishment. I have decided to stay at my father's place henceforth. Thank you for agreeing to have a last dinner with me, Your Majesty. Please have some sharbat while dinner is served.
Thank you. I have terrible headache. Maharani, why haven't you left as yet? Where am I?
Your Majesty, we are at my father's house.
How did I land up at your father's house? Maharani, who brought me here? And why am I here?
Allow me to explain, Your Majesty. I brought you here.
Why? I banished you from a kingdom. How dare you disobey my orders?
I haven't disobeyed your orders, Your Majesty. I have only followed them.
Followed my orders? I asked you to leave my palace, Maharani, and not to get me along.
Your Majesty, you said I could take along whatever was most precious to me. Well, you are the one who's most precious to me, Your Majesty. So I have only obeyed your orders.
That was very clever, Maharani, very clever. I take back my orders. You may come back to the palace and stay with me.
Thank you.
Not so soon, Maharani. I know this clever plan was thought by someone else. Whose idea was this?
You are absolutely right, Your Majesty. It was Birbal's idea.
I knew it. It had to be Birbal only.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Man Singh, why are you still here? Didn't I banish you from a kingdom? And who is this man with you?
Your Majesty, please forgive me for disobeying your orders. But I wanted to present Janga in the court today. Thanks to Birbal, we managed to find him.
How did you find him?
Your Majesty, when I told Birbal about how Janga had escaped from our clutches, it is he who suggested that the presence of the sadhu in that river was too much of a coincidence. So, we went back to the same village in search of the sadhu. When we found him, we discovered that it was none other than Janga, who was living under the guise of a sadhu.
Very well done. Bravo, Birbal. That was very clever of you. You have once again proven that you are simply the best Birbal. Man Singh ji, I take back the punishment now, since you have accomplished your task very efficiently. Well done. Bravo.
Long live Akbar! Long live Birbal! Long live Akbar! Long live Birbal!
Bravo. Bravo. Tansen ji, you are the best singer in the world. No one can match your talents.
Thank you, Your Majesty. But you are too kind. There are others, I am sure, who are better than me.
You are just being modest. I'm sure you are the best.
You are right, Your Majesty. Tansen is the best.
Birbal, you are quiet. You don't agree with me?
My apologies, Your Majesty. Like Tansen Ji himself says, and he's not being modest, there are those who are better than him.
Birbal, you really like challenges. Well, I want you to find a better singer and prove it. And... while you are at it, why don't you take this ring out of the well without getting inside or using any rope or rods, etc.? Can you do it?
Your Majesty, as far as the singer is concerned, Tansen Ji's guru is one such person.
Tansen Ji, your guru?
Yes, Your Majesty. He is my teacher and a great singer. He has gone on a pilgrimage though, and shall be back in a month's time.
Your Majesty, why not wait for the Guruji to come back? In the meanwhile, I shall also find a way to retrieve your ring.
Okay, Birbal, you have 1 month to meet both the challenges. Birbal, what happened? Have you forgotten about our challenge? Where is Tansen Ji's guru?
Your Majesty, I have certainly not forgotten. Guruji is in fact back from his pilgrimage.
So why isn't he here in the darbar?
Your Majesty, Guruji is a bit eccentric. He doesn't move out of his abode. Actually, we would have to go there to hear him sing.
Well, all right then. Since he won't come here, I guess we shall have to go to him. I must say, I'm getting really curious to hear your Guruji sing. We shall go to his place tomorrow morning.
As you wish, Your Majesty. We shall have to walk a bit further, Your Majesty, as there is no room for horses on this path.
If your Guruji is better than the best singer in the world, why does he stay in this jungle?
He doesn't care for creature comforts, Your Majesty, and likes to be close to nature. Your Majesty, I apologize for the inconvenience, but we shall stop here and wait for Guruji to come out and start singing. He sits outside his hut every day around this time and sings.
Yes, but why aren't we going to his hut and sit with him while he sings?
Well, Your Majesty, he doesn't sing at the behest of anyone. He sings only when he feels like it. That's why we have to wait for him here. Greetings, Guruji.
Oh, this is a surprise. Please, welcome. When Birbal and Tansen Ji told me about you being the best singer in the world, I refused to believe them, but they were proved right. You are the best.
It is your love for music which makes you say that. The music is what is great. I am not really worthy of the praise, Your Majesty.
I know a good singer when I hear one, and you are certainly the best. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
I am sorry, Your Majesty, but I do not sing for rewards. Besides, I have everything here that I wish for. Please give the money to someone more deserving.
All right, but please do come with us to the palace. I shall house you in style and give you all the best in comforts and luxury. That way I could listen to you sing whenever I want to.
I am sorry, Your Majesty, but I am the happiest man when I am here in my humble hut, surrounded by this serene forest. I won't get this in your palace. Besides, I only sing for the Lord above, so you shall be disappointed.
Well, I respect your wishes, but if ever you do need anything, just let me know. Thank you for your hospitality.
Goodbye, Guruji.
Tell me, how come he sings so well and better than you do, Tansen?
Well, Your Majesty...
Your Majesty, if I may answer your question, Guruji sings so much better is because he only sings to please the Lord above and not mere mortals. Tansenji sings for you and for me. And besides, Guruji has pure devotion in his voice, which can only come when you give up the world and its creature comforts.
Well, Birbal, I agree. You have met your first challenge. But what about the second one? Where is my ring?
Your Majesty, we shall pass by the well now and I shall have your ring out for you.
This I have to see.
Here you are, Your Majesty.
Bravo, Birbal. Now tell me, how did you do this?
Well, after you threw the ring into the well that day, I looked around and found some cow dung lying here. I threw it into the dry well over the ring. Over the next few days, the cow dung dried up, absorbing the ring within. It started raining a few days ago, and the well started filling up. The dried piece of cow dung started floating to the top. And here you are with your ring, Your Majesty. I didn't have to use anything, nor did I have to get into the well to retrieve your ring. Nature did it for me.
Bravo, Birbal. You have no peers. Bravo.
Bravo, bravo.
Thank you.
In Agra city, there were two moneylenders. One was Dinky Dog. He was a decent and an honest man who never fleeced his customers and charged low interest. Dinky Dog would always help people out in times of need. The other was Badiram. He was a greedy man, always looking for opportunities to fleece his customers and would charge heavy interest. Most of his customers were people who were bound to him for life after borrowing small amounts from him. One day,
Greetings, my friend.
Kamal, what a pleasant surprise. Welcome. Please have a seat.
Friend, I have come to you in desperate times. I urgently require a loan of 500 gold coins for a business deal and I shall repay the entire amount to you in 6 months.
I wish I could help you, my friend. Would you wait till this evening? I'm waiting for a couple of my customers to return money today.
Sure, but like I said, I need the money today itself.
Friend, would these 300 gold coins be enough for you now? I was able to organize only this amount right now. I could give you the rest of the money by next week.
Nekiram, I have to return to Jaipur tonight with the entire amount, or all will be lost, as everything of mine is at stake.
Let me see what I can do then. Right, there's Badiram next door. I have known him for a lot of years. He too is a moneylender. I shall take a loan from him on your behalf and give it to you. My friend Kamal is here from Jaipur. I have known him since childhood. He is in desperate need of some money. I need 200 gold coins as a loan and shall give it back to you in 6 months.
All right. Nekiram, since I know you, I will lend you the money. But there are 2 things though. 1, the interest shall be 50 gold coins. And the second condition is that if I do not get the money back in 6 months' time along with the interest, I would want a pound of your flesh in return as compensation for the loan.
A pound of my flesh? Oh. All right. As my friend's need is desperate, I shall accept your terms as I have full faith in him, and I shall return your money on time and shall escape this penalty for non-payment.
All right then. Here are your 200 gold coins. But remember my demand. If you do not return the money in 6 months, I shall cut out a pound of your flesh in return as compensation for the loan.
Kamal, my life is in your hands now, friend. Please ensure that you are back within 6 months with the money.
Oh my God, what a cruel man. Don't worry, Nekiram. I shall come back with all of the money for you to pay that cruel man back. You are a true friend. Thank you so much. I shall never forget this huge favor. Goodbye, my friend.
Nekiram, your 6 months are up. Where is my money?
Badiram, my friend, I have just been waiting for Kamal. He hasn't arrived yet, but I'm sure he shall be here before this evening. I shall get you your money this evening. I shall surely get it to you before the sun goes down today.
Well, you have time till sunset. Return my money or else you remember, I am going to cut out a pound of your flesh instead. Goodbye now.
Badiram, I assure you, you shall have your money. My friend won't disappoint me.
Nekiram, where are you?
Badiramji, I was on my way to see you. Kamal hasn't returned yet. I'm sure there must have been some problem. I'm sure he shall be here in a day or two. Or I shall personally travel to Jaipur and find out what's wrong. Please give me a few days extension.
No. I cannot afford to give you any more time. I need my money now, or according to the agreement, I shall cut out a pound of your flesh right this moment.
Badiram, have mercy on me. If you cut a pound of my flesh, I shall surely die. I shall definitely pay you back your money. I just need a little more time.
No point in pleading. Either give me the money or give me a pound of your flesh.
What's happening here? What is the problem?
Let me tell you, sir. This man here has borrowed money from me. And now he refuses to pay me my loan back or give me a pound of his flesh according to the agreement which he accepted while borrowing the money.
Is he telling the truth?
Yes, sir. He's right. I did borrow the money for a friend. My friend hasn't returned yet from Jaipur, but I have full faith in him. He shall be here soon. I just need some more time.
Why can't you give him some more time? He shall pay you interest for it.
No, sir. I refuse to wait any longer. Either he pays the money now, or I cut a pound of his flesh according to our agreement.
No. This man is cruel. Nekiram is a good man, and he should be given some more time.
Silence! I want both of you to come to the darbar with me. The emperor shall decide in this matter in the morning. and so I brought them here, Your Majesty.
Birbal, why don't you handle this matter?
Your Majesty, I am Kamal, Nekiram's friend. All this trouble has been caused because of me. I got delayed while riding back to the city, but I have brought Badiram's money with me.
Badiram, you have got back your money now. I guess everything is sorted out now.
No, Your Majesty. I don't want the money now. According to the agreement, Nekiram has to allow me to cut out a pound of his flesh for not paying me the loan on time.
Why are you being so adamant? Is returning the money to you just a day late?
Your Majesty, it's about his word and our agreement. But since I'm standing in front of you, I shall relinquish my right and not cut out a pound of his flesh if he shuts down his business and leaves the city.
Your Majesty, this city is my home for long. Where shall I go after leaving the city? I couldn't do this.
My friend, all of this is because of me. You're most welcome to move into my house in Jaipur.
Wait a moment. I just don't understand this. Why are you being so adamant? Just take your money and end this matter here, right now.
Your Majesty, you are the Emperor and I shall obey your command. But that would only demean or belittle the word of a man and a business agreement. But if that's what you want, then...
Your Majesty, well, you may have a pound of Nekiram's flesh, if you're so intent upon it. Guard, please hand over your sword. Please go ahead and cut a pound of his flesh. It's your right according to the agreement. Just one moment. Remember, according to your agreement, it's just 1 pound of flesh that you've asked for. But if you spill even 1 drop of blood from his body, then we shall take the same amount from yours.
But blood? But how can I do that?
How you do that is your problem. The agreement allows you to cut out only a pound of his flesh, not draw his blood. If you can do that, please go ahead.
I can't do that.
Your Majesty, this man has now given up his right to enforce his agreement.
You are a cruel man, and your intentions are very clear now. What you really wanted was to get Nekiram out of her way, as he's your competitor.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Please forgive me.
No, you shall not be forgiven. I have also found out that how you have been fleecing other people too. I sentence you to 1 year in prison, and the money you loaned Nekiram, he shall keep it as compensation for the anguish you have caused him. Guards, throw this man in prison.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Raja Birbal.
Birbal, once again you have used your wit and intelligence to bring justice. Bravo. Bravo, Birbal. Bravo.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Long live Emperor Akbar! Long live Birbal! Long live Emperor Akbar!
I am really lucky to have such wise and intelligent men in my court. In fact, it gets boring to meet only intelligent and wise men. I think I would like to meet some fools for a change. As an emperor, I only come across intelligent and wise men. I think it would be fun to meet some fools once in a while. Birbal, you have always completed all the tasks I have asked you to perform. Birbal, why don't you find, let's say, the 6 biggest fools in my kingdom?
If that's your wish, Your Majesty.
Yes, I think that's what I want. It would certainly be interesting to meet the 6 biggest fools in my kingdom. Well, you can have a month to find them for me.
Well, I don't think I would need that much time to find the 6 biggest fools, Your Majesty.
That's wonderful. So you can find them sooner. Well then, get on with it, Birbal. I'm eagerly looking forward to meeting them.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Why don't you find the 6 biggest fools in my kingdom?
Where do I find these fools? Excuse me?
Yes? How can I help you, sir?
I was just wondering who you are and where are you going?
Sir, I am Ramu and I am a washerman. I was just returning after collecting some grass for my donkey.
So why are you carrying the load on your head? If you're riding the donkey.
Well, I thought the donkey must be getting tired as it is a long journey. I thought I will lighten its burden a bit. So I am carrying the bundle on my head.
Oh, I have found my first fool.
Yes, sir. I don't like to be cruel to animals. Hence, I am sharing his burden with him.
Why don't you come with me to the palace? I shall get you a reward for this noble act of yours.
Reward? Oh my God, wow! Let's go, sir. Let's go quickly.
Don't mess with me. I'm warning you. Warning you, Ganga. I'll set my tiger on your cow.
But this is the wrong thing to do.
What will you do?
What are you gonna get out of this?
My tiger wants to eat something, so he'll eat your cow. What's your
I'll
problem?
break your head and
I'm
your
feeling I'm gonna
tiger's
kill
legs
you.
with
I'm
my
so-
bare hands.
Stop. Stop fighting. Now tell me who you are and why are the two of you fighting?
Sir, I am Hari and this is Gangu. He is my friend and we are both woodcutters.
So what is the problem? Why are you fighting?
Sir, this evil man is threatening to set his tiger on my cow.
Tiger? Cow?
Yes, yes. I'm going to set my tiger on your cow and then he's going to eat it.
Wait a minute. Where is the tiger? And where is the cow of yours?
Once God grants each of us a boon, I shall ask for a cow and he says he shall ask for a tiger.
And then I'm going to set my tiger on his cow.
There, you heard him? How dare he? I shall break both his arms.
I've found 2 more fools for the emperor. Stop fighting. I want both of you to come with me to the palace. I shall have the emperor reward both of you for the strong faith you have in God.
Oh, reward! Thank
you so much.
sir. My tiger wants to eat something, so he'll eat your cow. What's your problem?
Your head and
I'm
your
feeling I'm
tiger's
gonna kill
legs
you.
with my bare hands.
Cow, what's your
Please make yourselves at home. It's quite late now. We shall meet the emperor tomorrow. I'm going for a walk right now. I have found 3 fools already. Excuse me, can I be of help to you?
Oh, would you really? I lost my precious ring and I'm looking for it.
I shall certainly help you. Tell me, where did you drop the ring?
I dropped it under that tree over there. But it's quite dark out there. Hence I'm looking for it here.
What a fool. Who are you? And what is your name?
I'm Yusuf.
But forget about my name, sir. Are you helping me or not?
Listen, I shall get you another ring as reward from the Emperor. Come with me and I'll take you to the palace tomorrow.
Really? The Emperor would give me another ring?
Yes, don't worry. Forget about your ring. I shall ask the Emperor to reward you with a ring as compensation. Come along with me now.
Birbal, so have you completed the list of fools?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, that didn't take you long. Don't tell me there are so many fools in my kingdom.
No, Your Majesty. I was just lucky to come across all of them in one single day.
Tell me, who are they? And how come you think they are the biggest fools in my kingdom?
Your Majesty, the first fool is Ramu. And I have brought all of them here with me, Your Majesty.
That was really funny. But that makes just 4 fools. What about the other 2? Haven't you found them yet?
Your Majesty, I know of 2 even bigger fools.
Oh, these fools I have to meet. Where are they?
Your Majesty, I am a bigger fool than these guys.
You? What? What are you saying?
Yes, Your Majesty. I am a bigger fool, as I set upon doing such a foolish task as finding fools.
Almost fear asking you for the other big fool's name, Birbal. But you may say it.
My apologies, Your Majesty. But the biggest fool is you, for giving me a task of compiling a list of fools.
Birbal, Birbal, I have said it before, and I say it again. You have no peers. Bravo, bravo, Birbal, bravo. I must say I'm really lucky to have such an intelligent and clever man as Birbal as a minister in my court.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
In fact, I must say he is the most intelligent and clever man among all of us.
You are right, Your Majesty. Birbal is the most intelligent and clever amongst us.
Sukhdev Singh ji, what's wrong? Don't you think I'm right?
Your Majesty.
I noticed you were quiet when I said Birbal is the most intelligent and clever man amongst us. Tell me, don't you agree with me?
Your Majesty, he may certainly be the best, but I don't know yet if he is. So I cannot comment upon it.
What do you mean you don't know? Haven't you heard of all his exploits and seen his intelligence at work? Isn't that enough proof for you?
Your Majesty,
Well, let me tell you, I have tested Birbal's intelligence and cleverness time and again, and he has proved himself over and over again. But if you still aren't convinced, I ask you to think of any challenge for him, and I know for sure he shall be able to meet it. Well, Sukhdev Singh ji, have you any task in mind for testing Birbal?
Your Majesty, if Birbal is as clever as you say he is, then I have a task for him in mind.
Yes, go on.
Your Majesty, If Birbal can bring us the milk of an ox, then I shall accept that he is the most intelligent and clever amongst us.
What? Milk of an ox? But how's that going to be possible?
Your Majesty, if Birbal is as clever as you say he is, then no task should be out of his reach. And getting some milk of an ox shouldn't be that big a challenge for him.
Put it that way, I would like to see Birbal perform this task too. How about it, Birbal?
If that's your wish, Your Majesty.
Birbal, you mean you can actually perform this task?
Your Majesty, if you really want me to do it, then I guess I don't have a choice in the matter.
That's wonderful. I would really like to see how you do that. How much time do you need?
Just one day, Your Majesty. I shall complete the task by tomorrow.
Just one day? You are so confident. All right. I will eagerly await your presence in the court tomorrow then.
Long live Akbar! Long live Birbal! Long live Akbar! Long live Birbal!
Who is making this noise at this hour? Guard! Guard!
Your Majesty?
How am I to sleep with this infernal noise in the background? What is happening? Go and stop that noise immediately!
Yes, Your Majesty. Right away. Right away.
Guard! Guard!
Your Majesty?
I thought I asked you to stop that placid noise, didn't I? Who has been making this noise and why? Go and get that person here who has been creating this racket. Go!
You, stop that. I thought you were asked to stop that noise and get out of here. Now you have made the Emperor very angry. I'm sure he shall give you some very strong punishment.
Punishment?
Come along now. Come on. Your Majesty, the culprit is outside.
Bring him inside at once.
Well, Your Majesty, the culprit is a young girl.
Young girl? Well, she better have a good reason for disturbing my sleep at this hour, or else she shall be punished harshly. Young or old, girl or boy, whoever it is, bring her in here. Why have you been disturbing my sleep? Weren't you asked to stop making that noise once? And how come you are not at home sleeping? Come on, speak up. And you better have a good reason for being out in the middle of the night and for disturbing my sleep at this blessed hour.
Your Majesty, I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep, but I had to wash some clothes tonight.
Wash clothes? And that too in the middle of the night?
Yes, Your Majesty. My mother has gone to her father's place. My father has given birth to a child, and I have to wash all these clothes tonight.
Wait a minute. I don't think I understand you. You said your mother has gone to her father's place.
Yes, Your Majesty.
So, if your mother has gone to her father's place, then who has given birth?
My father. I told you my father has given birth, and I need to wash all these clothes today.
Have you gone out of your mind? How can a man give birth to a child?
Your Majesty, anything is possible in your kingdom. Haven't you heard? Ox have started giving milk. So why can't my father give birth to a child?
Oh, all right. Now I understand. Well, you go home and sleep now. And let me sleep too. And do let Birbal know that I understand I have been stupid. Guards, make sure this girl is escorted home safely and ask the cook to give her some sweets as punishment.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
I'm sorry for being late, Your Majesty, but I had a very disturbing night. Some miscreant kept me awake all night making loud noises. Your Majesty, it wasn't funny. I really had a terrible time last night. I couldn't sleep a wink. Every time I would doze off, the noise would start again.
Sukhdev Singh Ji, that noise was of the ox giving milk. You remember the task you set for Birbal? Let me explain. So you understand, Sukhdev Singh Ji, by giving this impossible task to Birbal, you have invited trouble for yourself. I suggest you accept defeat.
Greetings, Your Majesty. I'm sorry to have come late, but I overslept.
Birbal, you have no peers. The ox's milk was excellent. Thank you very much, Birbal. Thank you very, very much.
Birbal, I take my words back. You are certainly the most intelligent in our kingdom.
Thank you.
What a beautiful necklace. Your Majesty, thank you so much. It's so precious. I'm so lucky.
I'm glad that you have liked it. I had it specially crafted for you by the best craftsman in the country.
Oh, I've fallen in love with it. I'll treasure it all my life.
Every time I see you wearing it, I shall feel reassured of your love for me.
I shall never let it out of my sight. Where is it? I remember keeping it on the dressing table last night. Where could it have gone? Anyone there? Ma'am, what can I do for you? I seem to have misplaced my necklace. Please help me search for it. Please do not worry at all, ma'am. I am sure we will find your necklace very soon. Why don't you wear another necklace today? You have so many of them. No. I can't wear any other necklace. The emperor has given that particular necklace to me. It is very precious to him. I can't let him down. I have to find it. What shall I do? Your Majesty?
What's wrong, my dear? Who has caused you anguish?
I'm so ashamed of myself. I have let you down. I couldn't take care of the gift that you gave me. The necklace is missing.
Missing? What do you mean missing? Have you searched for it properly? Are you sure you didn't drop it outside?
I remember taking it off last night and I haven't been outdoors after that. So it had to be here in this room, but it's no longer there. I'm so ashamed for having let you down.
Don't be silly. You don't have to fret so much about one necklace. I shall gift you many, many more. As for this one, I promise you we shall find it. You just relax here in my chamber tonight and the matter shall be resolved by tomorrow morning. Guard.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Take a couple of guards with you and ask the Queen's maids to search every nook and cranny of the Queen's chamber for the necklace. I want that necklace to be found.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Yes, where is the necklace? Give it to me.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but we searched the chamber extensively. We could not find the necklace.
What? You couldn't find it? The Queen kept the necklace on the table last night. How could it disappear?
Your Majesty, I think it may have been stolen.
Stolen? Who would dare steal from the Queen?
Well, Your Majesty, there have been instances of thievery of late in other parts of the palace too. The guard has been conducting an investigation and hasn't been successful as yet.
Theft in the palace? Investigations? Why wasn't I informed about this? I have to put an end to this matter tonight. I don't want to see the Queen upset tomorrow morning. Send for Birbal urgently. He is the only one who can solve this mystery.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Birbal, you have to resolve a very urgent matter tonight. You have to find the Queen's necklace.
Your Majesty, the Queen's necklace?
Well, it's like this.
So that's what the problem is.
Birbal, my friend, you have to help resolve this issue tonight.
Your Majesty, well, one thing's for sure. I think the necklace has been stolen, as it hasn't turned up after 2-3 thorough searches of the room. And the thief has to be one of the maids or the guards on duty at the Queen's chamber last night. Your Majesty, please summon all the guards and the maids who were on duty at the Queen's chamber last night and assemble them inside the Queen's chamber. I want to go and bring a very clever friend who shall help us identify the thief.
Why at the Queen's chamber? And which friend? Why do you have to go? I'll send someone with your message for your friend.
Your Majesty, all your questions shall be answered. I need to go and call this friend personally, as he certainly has some magical powers and would help us find the guilty one.
I'm really curious to meet this friend of yours, Birbal.
I'll be back soon, Your Majesty.
अरे लाइन में खड़ा है क्या बात अरे परेशान कर दिया अरे हमें भी शुगर नहीं पता नहीं क्या हो गया हमें यहाँ क्यों बुलाया लाइन में लगा के लाइन में खड़ा है क्या बात अरे
Birbal, what are you up to? I thought you were bringing a friend. What are you doing with this donkey?
Your Majesty, this donkey is my friend, and he has some truly magical powers. He shall help us in catching the thief. Just give me some time.
All right, but make it quick.
With your permission, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, as I have mentioned, my friend has magical powers and he shall help us identify the thief. I would like these people to go in one at a time and hold my friend's tail and say, I have not stolen the necklace, and come out. Once they have done all that, I shall go in and speak with my friend, and he shall tell me who the thief is.
Birbal, I'm really curious now. I really wonder, how can you speak with your friend? But if your friend can truly identify the thief, then let's not waste any more time. Please begin.
Please, and remember, for you to prove your innocence, you have to hold the donkey's tail and say, you have not stolen the necklace.
I have not stolen the necklace.
Your Majesty, please excuse me. I have to go in and speak to my friend.
Please.
Your Majesty, I shall now examine all these people to find out.
Please, do it fast.
Your Majesty, this is your thief.
Are you sure, Birbal? How can you say this? There's not even a mark on him.
Your Majesty, I have served you for so long. I am not really a thief. This donkey's testimony is no proof. How can Birbal speak the donkey's language?
Yes, Birbal. How can you be so sure?
Your Majesty, I had applied some perfume to the donkey's tail, and that's the reason why I asked them to hold the donkey's tail and speak. I knew the guilty one would hesitate to hold the donkey's tail, and that's exactly what has happened. I have checked all of the hands. All of them smell of the same perfume, except for this guard's hands, Your Majesty, and that is an impossibility. For fear of being caught, he didn't touch the donkey's tail. Your Majesty, the donkey belongs to my washerman, and he has no magical powers at all.
You have betrayed my trust. How dare you steal from the palace? You have brought disgrace to your entire fraternity.
Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I had gone blind with greed. Please forgive me. I shall return all the stolen property. Just give me one more chance, Your Majesty.
You can never be trusted again, and you cannot be forgiven. Guards, throw this man in prison after confiscating all the stolen goods. I apologize to the rest of you for having suspected you. Please carry on with your duties. Birbal, once again your intelligence helped identify the guilty and recover the precious gift for my beloved queen. Of course, with the help of your magical friend. Thank you, Birbal. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you.
तुम्हाला खूप भाषा येत असतील.
तुम्ही मराठवाड्याचे आहे म्हणजे
మీరు తెలుగు అట.
మీరు చెప్పండి నేను ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చాను. আমি কলকাতার মানুষ. আমার বাংলা মিষ্টি আর কবিতা খুব ভালো লাগে.
Akbar and Birbal often disguised themselves as common folks and walked about the kingdom. One day, while walking about in the city's market,
Birbal, isn't that a very beautiful rug?
So it is, Your Majesty.
Let's go and ask him. How much is he selling it for? Hello, sir. How much is that blue rug for?
Oh maşallah, komri aşkın şahri Kabul.
Birbal, what did this man just say? What language is he speaking?
I have no idea, Your Majesty. Sir, we want to know how much you're selling that blue rug for. What price?
Oh maşallah, in kabul şam Samarkand is considerable şan.
I don't understand a word of what he's saying. This is useless. Let's forget this and go back.
Let it be, sir. We will come by it another day.
Maşallah gidiyor ya, maşallah yele koşma.
It was ridiculous. How am I supposed to rule over an empire if I can't even understand what people speak?
Your Majesty, I have an idea. Why don't we appoint a good linguist who is well versed with various languages and he can also be your official interpreter?
That sounds like a very good idea, Birbal. Therefore, I have decided to appoint a good linguist to the royal court as my personal interpreter. Sukhdev Singh ji, I am giving you the task of finding the best linguist in our kingdom.
Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will find you the best linguist there is. Your Majesty, I have found the best interpreter in the kingdom, who can speak various languages and with perfect fluency.
Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Bahri and I can speak in 10 different languages. And I can assure you, you will not find a better man for this job.
Very well then. But tell me, where do you originally belong to? Which of these is your mother tongue?
Your Majesty, there are many wise men in your court. And since language is the best clue to a man's origin, can the wise men of your court answer your question?
All right then. I shall ask my ministers to come up with the answer. Sukhdev Singh ji, will you go first?
तुम्हाला खूप भाषा येत असतील, पण माझ्यासारखी मराठी तर बोलून दाखवा.
साहेब, तुम्ही मराठवाड्याचे आहे म्हणजे फक्त तुम्हाच्या मराठी येत असेल असं नाही ना.
మీరు తెలుగు అట.
మీరు చెప్పండి నేను ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చాను. మీరు గుంటూరు నుంచి వచ్చారు కదా. আমি কলকাতার মানুষ. আমি জানতে চাই যে তুমি বাংলার কোথা থেকে এসেছো. আমার বাংলা মিষ্টি আর কবিতা খুব ভালো লাগে. আমি যে কোনো দিন বাঙালি হতে চাইবো.
Your Majesty, we have all asked him questions in various languages, but his fluency, diction and command over each language is perfect. We still can't say what his mother tongue is.
What about you, Birbal? You haven't said anything yet. Aren't you going to try to figure what Bari's mother tongue is?
Your Majesty, I just need some time, and perhaps by tomorrow I'll be able to answer your question.
All right then, Birbal. You have until tomorrow. I'm eager to know the outcome.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
ভগবান বাঁচাবে তাকে আমার হাতে যদি পড়ে গলা মোটকে দেব বোকা গাদা করা কানে
Well, Birbal, are you ready to answer my question now? Have you been able to find out what is Bari's mother tongue?
Yes, Your Majesty, I have.
So then tell us, Birbal, what is Bari's mother tongue?
Your Majesty, Bahari's mother tongue is Bangla. Are?
Well, Bari, is Birbal correct?
Absolutely, Your Majesty.
Bravo, Birbal. Now do tell us, how did you manage to discover Bari's secret?
Your Majesty, last night I asked my servant to sneak into Bahari's room and make loud noises while he slept, and I waited outside. After a couple of tries, Bahari woke up screaming. It is always in moments of pain, surprise and anger a person uses his mother tongue. So when I heard him screaming in Bangla, I solved the puzzle. I want to apologize to Bahari for ruining his sleep last night.
It's all right, Raja Birbal. You are indeed the most clever and wisest man in the kingdom.
Bravo, Birbal. Bravo.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
The prince! The prince! Oh, my baby! My baby! Someone save me!
Well, I think potato is the best vegetable.
You are absolutely right, Your Majesty. Potatoes are certainly the best. Oh yes, potatoes can be cooked and had in so many different ways. One can have them for lunch or for dinner. They are certainly the best vegetables.
I don't know a single soul who doesn't like potatoes. They are everyone's favorite vegetable. I can never get tired of eating them. Birbal, as usual, you are quiet. Don't you agree with us?
My apologies, Your Majesty. I do agree that potato is a very tasty vegetable.
Oh, so you do agree that potatoes are very tasty. But you don't think that potatoes are the best in vegetables, do you?
Your Majesty, I agree potatoes are tasty, but one can certainly get sick of eating potatoes.
There you go contradicting my opinion once again. Why do you have to do this all the time? Everyone here agrees with me, but for you alone.
Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, all of us are of the opinion that what you are saying is absolutely right. You could never get tired of potatoes. Birbal, as usual, is just trying to be different.
Yes. Birbal, sometimes I really wonder, why do you have to do like this?
Your Majesty, I'm extremely sorry to have offended you. But I definitely do feel like all of God's creations, potatoes too are a very good gift for us. But one can't live on potatoes. There are many such wondrous marvels and delicacies that have been created for us.
God created? You speak as if your God himself came down and created all these marvels? Well, probably he did, just like your numerous gods coming down to earth for the most trivial of tasks. And I really don't understand, how come you have so many gods?
Your Majesty, I can't tell you which of our God created potato. But the answer to your second question is, in Hinduism we almost worship all of nature's creations as an equivalent to God, and hence so many gods, so to speak.
That's not the complete answer to my question. But there's also something else in your mythological tales that seems foolish to me. Why do your gods themselves come down from the heavens to help common mortals? Why don't they send someone else? After all, they are gods, aren't they?
Your Majesty, I don't have an answer to this question of yours right now. But do give me a couple of days and I shall answer your question, Your Majesty.
Birbal, I don't think you can come up with any satisfactory answer to this question, just as you haven't convinced us that potatoes are not the king of vegetables. But you can try, and I shall eagerly await your response to this query. Birbal, how do you like this food today?
Oh yes, Your Majesty. The food is delicious.
Guard, get the cook in here right now.
What's the matter, Your Majesty?
Nothing.
Your Majesty,
What have you made for dinner?
is there something wrong with any of the dishes, Your Majesty?
You tell me what's wrong. Why don't you describe the dishes you have cooked?
Well, as a starter, Your Majesty, I have made pickled potatoes. This dish is called dum aloo. That is stuffed potato with red potato gravy with fried potato chips for accompaniment. Then we have potato salad with sweet potato for dessert, Your Majesty.
Well?
Well, Your Majesty, I have tasted each of the dishes myself. They're all perfect, Your Majesty.
Yes, they are perfect. But why are they all potato dishes? Why isn't there any chicken or mutton on the table? Am I to eat only potatoes?
Your Majesty, I was told you love potatoes very much and like them in any and every form. Hence I cooked such a variety of potato dishes for you, Your Majesty.
Yes, I like potatoes. But that doesn't mean that I should eat just potatoes. I am feeling sick just looking at all these potato dishes. Who asked you to cook only potato dishes?
I did, Your Majesty.
Birbal, are you out of your mind? Why would you do that?
I apologize, Your Majesty. But earlier today you were discussing the merits of the potato. And you said you could have potatoes anytime and every time in whatever form they are cooked.
All right, Birbal, I get your point. One can't just survive eating potatoes all the time. All right, enough punishment for me today for arguing with Birbal. May I please have something other than potato on the table now?
Certainly, Your Majesty, right away.
Birbal, don't be too pleased with yourself. You still haven't answered my question about your gods as yet.
Your Majesty, I haven't forgotten your question. You shall have your answer in a day or two.
Oh, you sound so sure of yourself. But I don't think You can come up with any convincing answer and satisfy me. That's good. It's so pleasant to be outside. Even the Queen and my son are enjoying the outdoors today.
Yes, Your Majesty. You're certainly right. It's quite cold in the evenings though. And the water's nearly freezing even in the day. I think the winter is coming early this year.
Birbal, what is that maid doing? Why is she walking so close to the edge of the water?
The prince!
You stupid woman! My son! My prince! My son!
Oh, my baby! My baby! Someone save him! Please let him be alright.
My son! Oh, my prince!
Give him to me. My baby. My poor son. Oh, what happened? I hope nothing's wrong. Oh, my... Oh, what's this?
What does this mean?
Your Majesty, allow me to explain.
You were behind this cruel joke?
1,000 apologies, Your Majesty, but the prince is just fine.
Birbal, you better have a very good explanation for this cruel joke, or I shall banish you from my kingdom.
Your Majesty, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. I apologize again for the anguish I have caused to you and the Queen.
Well, if it wasn't meant as a joke, then what was your purpose behind all this?
Your Majesty, would you answer one question for me, and then I shall explain all to you.
You want to question me? All right. But you are really trying my patience now. Go ahead.
Your Majesty, when you saw the baby fall into the water, why didn't you wait for the several guards or the maids or even one of us to first jump into the water and save the prince from drowning? Why did you, the emperor himself, jump in first?
What sort of question is this? Would any parent wait around and watch while his child's life is in peril? Would any parent rely on someone else to save their child?
Exactly, Your Majesty. You have said it so well. No parent would wait and watch while his child's life is in danger. And we are all God's children. Every time one of us is in real danger, we call out to him. He doesn't wait around to see if there is any servant to do the job. He himself comes down immediately to save us.
Birbal, you certainly have given the most convincing answer to my question. And you have made me answer my own question. Bravo. But you shall not get away without punishment for putting the Queen and me through this anguish. You have to take care of the prince for one whole day for playing this joke on us.
That is not a punishment, Your Majesty. It would be my pleasure. Thank you for the honor.
Oh my God! That was the Emperor's favorite vase! He shall surely punish me now. What should I do?
God.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Where has my vase gone? Don't tell me it's missing again.
It was here when I let in the servant for cleaning, Your Majesty. I shall ask him right away.
Yes, call him in right away. Where's my vase gone? You were here last, so tell me, where's it?
Your Majesty, I took it for cleaning.
Cleaning? Why did you take it out of here for cleaning? Go and get it back right now.
Your Majesty, please forgive me, Your Majesty. Actually, I accidentally dropped it while cleaning and it broke.
You broke it? But you just said you took it out with you for cleaning. I would have forgiven you for accidentally breaking it, but I shall not forgive you for lying. I hate lies and liars. You are banished from my kingdom. Guard, escort this man out of here.
Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I was scared, so I lied. Your Majesty, please forgive me, Your Majesty.
So I banished him from my kingdom. I just can't bear the thought of having liars around me. One should always speak the truth.
You're absolutely right, Your Majesty. One should never lie. Honesty is the best policy.
Yes, absolutely. Tell me, has any one of you ever lied?
No, Your Majesty. Never, Your Majesty. Lies, never. Not at all. I hate lies. I can't lie. I don't know how to lie.
Birbal, what about you? Have you ever lied?
I may have lied at times, Your Majesty.
You mean to say, Birbal, I have a liar as one of my jewels of the court?
But, Your Majesty, one needs to tell a white lie sometime or the other. I'm sure everyone lies or has lied, not with the intention of deceit or fraud, but for avoiding hurt or pain.
No, I don't believe one needs to lie about anything or under any circumstances. And I cannot tolerate and live with the fact that one of the most important members of my court is a liar.
Your Majesty...
No. I don't want to hear anything. I can't have different standards for different people. I cannot continue to have you holding an important position in my court, Birbal. I hate lies and liars. I dismiss you from my court. Please leave and don't ever show me your face again.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Sevakram.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Go to the market and find the best jeweler in town. Ask him to make a similar sheaf, but of gold. Everything right from the stems to the grains should be of gold. But the sheaf should look like a plant. So find the best jeweler who can do this and get it made.
I asked you to never enter my court or show me your face again. How dare you go against my orders?
Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't mean to disobey your orders and show disrespect to you.
Why are you here then?
Your Majesty, you may have dismissed me from the court, but I still consider myself a loyal subject of your kingdom. I came across something that shall make our kingdom the richest one in the whole world. So I thought I should come and show it to you.
Really? What is it that will make our kingdom the richest one in the whole world? Show it to me. Huh? This is pure gold.
Yes, Your Majesty, it is pure gold.
But what is the meaning of this? And what are we supposed to do with it?
Your Majesty, this sheaf of gold was gifted to me by a monk who had returned from the Himalayas after years of meditation. He got it directly from the gods as a gift. He said if we plant it in the most fertile land in our kingdom, then we could raise crop of gold.
Birbal, how can you be sure?
Your Majesty, this monk was no ordinary one. After gifting me this sheaf of gold on the banks of the lake where I met him, he crossed to the other side of the lake by walking on water.
Walking on water?
Yes, Your Majesty, I couldn't believe my eyes. But that's exactly what he did. Just as easily as we walk on the ground, he just walked on the water and crossed the lake.
Well, Birbal, don't waste any more time then. Find the most fertile land in our kingdom and we shall plant this sheaf there.
Your Majesty, I have already done so. I know the place where the land is the most fertile. I could take you there myself.
All right then, we shall plant this sheaf tomorrow. Be here in the morning and we shall leave together. You can tell others where this ground is so that they can also come there to witness the planting of this sheaf of gold.
Your Majesty, this is the place.
Well, what are we waiting for then? Go ahead, Birbal. Plant it.
No, Your Majesty, I can't plant this sheaf of gold.
You cannot? What do you mean, you cannot?
Your Majesty, one can only plant this sheaf if he or she hasn't spoken a single lie ever. If a liar plants this sheaf of gold, it will not yield anything. And I've already told you, I may have lied at times in my life.
All right then. Why doesn't one of you come forward and plant this? I don't believe this. We don't have a single honest person who hasn't spoken a lie.
Your Majesty, I think the best and the only person who can plant this sheaf is you. Your Majesty, you're the only one left who has always spoken the truth. So why not plant the sheaf yourself?
I may have told a few lies when I was a kid, so I don't think I can.
Your Majesty, I was lying. The sheaf of gold is not a magical one. Neither was it gifted to me by a monk. I got it made from a jeweler in the city. Yes, Your Majesty, as you've realized, everyone sometimes has to lie. Not to deceive or hide the truth, but a lie could be spoken to avoid hurt or to avoid embarrassment or some other genuinely good intention.
I understand, Birbal. Please forgive me for punishing you for speaking the truth. And thank you for not calming down, but standing up to me and making me realize my folly. You are a truly loyal friend, Birbal. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for the honor you bestow on me. Thank you.
God has truly graced me with the most beautiful child in the world.
Emperor Akbar had the habit of travelling in disguise through his kingdom to gauge the moods of his subjects and keep tabs on the situations in his kingdom. Often, Birbal would travel with him. One day, "Welcome. Please have a seat. What would you like to have? You don't look like you are from around these parts."
You are right. We have travelled very far to come and see the city. We had heard a lot of things about your emperor. Is he a good emperor? Are you happy in his kingdom?
Oh, our emperor is truly a great one. He really takes care of his subjects. His policies are truly people-friendly and we feel really safe in his kingdom.
But I had heard otherwise, that he levies very high taxes on his subjects and hence everything is very expensive in his kingdom and the poor really suffer.
I don't know where you heard all this nonsense. We are all very happy in the great Akbar's kingdom. His taxes are just and not high at all. Even the poor in this kingdom don't go to sleep on a hungry stomach.
I apologize on my friend's behalf. He didn't mean any disrespect to your emperor.
Yes, I apologize. Now tell us, what will you serve us to eat? We are very hungry.
Well, you can have whatever you want. And it's all on the house. Just don't go around spreading false rumors about our emperor.
Oh, thank you. I apologize once again. Please rest assured, we shall not be spreading any false rumors. Thank you once again.
Your Majesty, the young prince is so handsome. Yes, Your Majesty, our prince is certainly the most beautiful child in the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You are right. I haven't seen a more beautiful child.
Certainly, Your Majesty. I haven't seen a more beautiful child in my entire life. I'm sure once our dear prince grows up, he shall break many a heart.
I'm sure he will. God has truly graced me with the most beautiful child in the world. Birbal, what's wrong? You haven't said a word.
Nothing, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, but I was just a bit distracted.
Distracted? Aren't you mesmerized by the beauty of our prince? Or you don't think he's beautiful enough?
I apologize once again, Your Majesty. The prince is certainly a beautiful child.
Then I guess Birbal doesn't think he's the most beautiful child in the world?
Yes, Birbal. Go on, tell us. What do you truly think of our prince's beauty?
Your Majesty.
Go on, Birbal. Speak out your mind.
Well, Your Majesty, our prince is certainly a beautiful child, but...
What but? Speak out.
Your Majesty, I really don't think the prince is the most beautiful child in the world.
Oh, this is limit. Your Majesty, I think Birbal is just trying to be different from everybody.
Birbal, you better have an explanation. Why you don't think our prince is most beautiful when everyone is so enchanted?
Your Majesty, you've got me wrong. I haven't said the prince is not beautiful at all. That he certainly is, but I don't think he's the most beautiful child in the world.
How can you say that, Your Majesty? All of us put together have seen more children than Birbal alone could have.
Yes, Birbal. How can you say that the prince is not the most beautiful child? Can you prove your statement?
If you insist, Your Majesty, then I can definitely prove it to you.
You mean to say that you can find a more beautiful child than our prince?
Yes, Your Majesty, I can.
You better be sure, Birbal. I shall not tolerate this insult to my beloved prince if you cannot prove it. You better find a more beautiful child and present him before my eyes. And until you do that, I don't wish to see you. You have made me very unhappy today.
I apologize for having upset you, Your Majesty. But you asked for my frank opinion, and I gave it to you. I shall definitely obey your command and find a more beautiful child than the prince, and only then shall I return before you.
This was truly an insult to you, Your Majesty. You were right in asking him not to show his face to you until he could really prove himself.
I always used to think that Birbal is a smart person. But this time he has really disappointed me.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
So, Birbal, have you given up? Are you ready to admit that the prince is the most beautiful child in the world?
Your Majesty, the reason I'm back to your court is I have found a child who is more beautiful than the prince.
Birbal, how can you say something like that? My child is the most beautiful one in the whole world. I refuse to believe that there is a more beautiful child anywhere.
There you are, Birbal. Nobody is willing to accept your claim.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty.
but I do believe I have found the most beautiful child in the world.
Since you're so adamant, please prove it to us. Show us the child. Where is he? Have you brought him here with you?
I haven't brought him along with me, Your Majesty, but I can take you to see him.
This is ridiculous. Why can't the child be brought here? Why do we have to go to see the child?
My apologies, Your Majesty, but to truly appreciate the child's real beauty, you shall have to see him in his true natural surroundings.
I really don't understand this, but I'm willing to come along with you. In fact, we shall all come along. Tell us, when can we leave?
Your Majesty, it won't be possible for all of us to go together, but you and one more person can come along with me, and we shall have to travel incognito. Only then we would be able to really see the child in his natural surroundings.
Birbal, you are really trying my patience. But since you are so sure, both I and Sukhdev Singh shall come along with you in disguise. When do we leave?
Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall leave tomorrow morning.
Birbal, you have really pushed too far this time. The Emperor is not going to forgive you for this.
Sukhdev Singh ji, we'll see about that tomorrow morning. Your Majesty, we shall have to walk from here on.
All right, let's get on with it. I can't wait to see the most beautiful child you have found.
Your Majesty, there you are, the most beautiful child in the world.
Birbal? Have you gone mad? Or are you blind? Where did you see beauty in this ugly child?
You scared my precious child? And how dare you call him ugly? He is the most beautiful child in this world. I will break your bones if you say anything otherwise. Get out of here. Don't you dare come near my child again. Have you gone blind calling my beautiful child ugly? How dare you say something like that? Get out of here. Oh, my beautiful baby, my little baby. Mwah. My sweetheart. Oh, my poor baby. So sweet.
Your Majesty, I'm sure you would have understood by now. Every parent feels their child is the most beautiful and precious in the whole world.
I get your point, Birbal. I get your point.
I didn't mean to offend you, Your Majesty. But I wouldn't want to just flatter you or the prince unnecessarily either. After all, you would have to teach the young prince to be aware of flatterers and flattery too.
Birbal, I'm very pleased. Once again you have shown courage by standing up to me and kept me from indulging in self-aggrandizement. You are a true and loyal friend. Thank you, Birbal.
Oh, my little one. My sweet baby. Oh, my poor baby. Oh, my little baby. The most beautiful.
In Agra, there lived a businessman named Lala Karodimal. He was known to be a very shrewd businessman and a miser. He also happened to be Birbal's neighbor.
Lalaji, I need to buy some grocery. Please give me some money.
What do you need to buy?
Well, I need about 4 kilos of rice, another 4 kilos of pulses, some vegetables and 3 kilos of flour. So I guess 1 gold mohar should be sufficient.
1 gold mohar? Are you crazy, woman? There's no need to spend so much on food. Buy only half of all these things.
Half? But these are all necessities. Do you want to go hungry?
No one has to go hungry. On the other hand, if you buy so much, we will overeat. And overeating is unhealthy. Oh! Now, what have you done, you little brat?
I was just playing. It's not my fault.
Playing in the kitchen? I will break your bones if you play here again. Now get out of here before you do some more damage.
Now I will need to buy 1 kilo of butter also.
Look, this son of yours is going to be the ruin of me. Just you wait and watch. Just the day before, he broke the divan in the sitting room. And now, this.
I have often told you to find a good teacher for Guddu, but you won't listen to me. He needs someone to discipline and educate him. If we leave him be, he is only going to get worse.
And so will my losses. But where do I find a good teacher?
Why don't you go and talk to our neighbor Raja Birbal? He is a wise man. I am sure he will be able to help us.
Yes, you're right. I think I will go to see him.
Sir, Lala Karodimal has come to see you.
All right, I'll be with him right away. Do offer him something in the meantime.
Lalaji, Raja Birbal says he will be with you right away. What can I get you, sir? Some refreshments?
No, well, okay, yes. What do you have?
Lalaji, how nice of you to have dropped by.
Greetings, Raja Birbal.
Tell me, Lalaji, is everything all right? You look disturbed. May I be of any help to you?
Sir, it's regarding my son. He has become a nuisance. He is very indisciplined and keeps breaking things in the house. He is costing me a lot of money. We were hoping you could suggest a good teacher who would not only educate him, but also transform him from the spoilt brat that he is to a responsible person.
I think I know just the right person who can help you. His name is Vinayak. He is a highly educated young man and a very good teacher. I'm sure he'll be able to help you. Sevakram, could you please take this message to Vinayak ji?
As you wish, sir.
Now look what you have done. It was my prized possession. I can't take this nonsense anymore. I will throw you out of the house.
Now what has he done?
He has broken the crystal lamp my mother gave me when we got married.
Please calm down. I assure you that in a few months, I will be able to transform your son to a completely different person.
Listen carefully. This is Vinayak ji. He is your new teacher. You shall do as he says from now on. Guruji, I will pay you 5 gold mohars a month as dakshina. And since you are going to be here throughout the day, you can also have your lunch here. I hope it's all right with you.
That's all right with me. Thank you. I shall start from tomorrow. Don't you worry about Guddu. He is my responsibility now.
After 3 months.
It is such an improvement. He has become obedient and disciplined. It's like a whole new Guddu. All thanks to Guruji.
So it is. It is such a relief. I thought I would have to put him up for adoption.
Then why have you not paid Guruji for the last 3 months? It is not fair after all that he has done.
Pay him? I I provide him with a meal and he eats so much that he should be paying me instead. Have you seen the money I'm spending on food? I think I'm paying him more than he deserves for his services.
Is Raja Birbal at home? Yes, sir. Do come in.
Vinayak, it's a pleasure to see you. How have you been doing?
I am doing fine, sir.
Tell me, how are things? I hope you're not having any trouble with Lalaji's son?
No, sir. I am afraid it's Lalaji who is a problem.
Tell me what the problem is, Vinayak.
It's been 3 months since I have been teaching his son, and he hasn't paid me a penny.
He hasn't paid you, but why? Didn't you ask him for it?
I repeatedly did, sir, but he says that my meals make up for more than the fees, and that I should be glad he hasn't asked me to pay him.
How's his son been doing?
He has improved tremendously, and even Lalaji is glad with the progress I have made. He is well-mannered and disciplined now.
Don't worry, Vinayak. I shall look into this and rest assured you'll be paid for your work.
Thank you, sir. I knew I could count on you.
Hello, Lalaji.
Greetings, Raja Birbal. Greetings.
I was around, thought I would drop in and see how your son is doing now.
Oh, he is doing very well, sir. He has become very disciplined and obedient.
That's nice to hear, Lalaji. So tell me, then why haven't you paid Vinayakji?
Sir, the deal was to pay him and provide him with a meal. But he has such an appetite that he has been eating worth more than what I promised to pay him.
I think you're right. In that case, I suggest you pay him his dues and ask him to discontinue immediately. If you continue with him, you'll keep incurring this loss every month. I know of another great teacher for your son. You wouldn't have to pay him a single penny. Neither would you have to provide any food to him either.
Oh, really? Very good. Please send the teacher over immediately. One who will not eat a morsel and not charge a penny has to be a great teacher indeed. As for Vinayakji, I don't feel like paying him, but since you asked me to, I shall.
Good. I will bring over the other teacher here tomorrow morning.
All right, sir. But I must confess, I am very excited about meeting this great teacher.
Lalaji.
Greetings, Raja Birbal.
I have brought the world's greatest teacher along with me. Here he is.
Teacher? But that's a statue.
This is Lord Buddha, the greatest teacher ever, and he will not eat a morsel, nor will he charge a penny as fees.
I understand, sir. I am ashamed of what I have done. I will apologize to Guruji and call him back. This time I promise to pay him on time.
Very good, Lalaji. I am happy that the greatest teacher has taught you a lesson.
Your Majesty, there's a trader from Persia who has a complaint and seeks audience.
All right, Man Singh ji. Please let him in.
Shamsher Singh, please enter the court.
Greetings, Your Majesty. Welcome. I hear you have come all the way from Persia. How do you like this country? Are you enjoying your stay here? What can I do for you?
My apologies, Your Majesty. It's my first trip here, but I really haven't been able to enjoy my stay in this country, as I'm nearly ruined if you don't help me.
Ruined? How? And why? Tell me, what's the problem?
Your Majesty, I'm a trader from Persia. I came to this country carrying goods worth 1,000 gold coins, including some precious woolens and handcrafted materials.
So, what is the problem? You are not getting the price you wanted for your goods? Yes, Indian merchants are very good at bargaining, I'm afraid.
No, Your Majesty, that's not what the problem is. I met up with an Indian merchant when I was leaving Persia, who was on his way back to India. He offered me the use of his mules, as he was returning after a successful trip to Persia, having sold off all his goods.
Yes, go on.
Your Majesty, after we reached Agra, this man refused to give me my goods and is now claiming them to be his. I don't know what to do. I have very little stuff left with me. I could probably sell them and get enough money to go back to my own country. But I will never be able to do business again unless I recover my goods or the money.
If what you say is true, I'm really ashamed of this dreadful act of betrayal by a person of my kingdom. But don't you worry. We shall sort this matter out. Tell us, who is this trader? Do you know where he stays?
Yes, Your Majesty. His name is Dilawar, and I can tell you where he stays.
Guards, go to the dress and escort this Dilawar to the court.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Tell me, do you know this man?
Yes, Your Majesty. I know him. He is Shamsher Singh from Persia.
Oh, so you do know him. Why have you cheated this man out of his goods?
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but that is not true. I haven't cheated him. The goods you speak about are mine. When I was leaving for Agra from Persia, this man came up to me and asked me if he could travel with me. He said he wanted to come and see our country and he didn't know the way. As I was returning from Persia with some goods I purchased there, I said yes.
No, Your Majesty, that's not true. He didn't have any goods with him. He told me he lost all his money gambling in Persia. He offered the use of his mules at a low cost to me, saying I would save money. Besides, he needed the money to get back to Agra.
No, that is a lie, Your Majesty. I merely escorted him to the country. The goods are mine. After we reached Agra, this man started threatening me, saying either I pay him or he would complain to you about me cheating him.
All right, enough. Shamsher Singh, if you claim the goods to be yours, then you can describe them to us. Can you not? If Dilawar is speaking the truth, then I don't think you can describe the goods.
Yes, Your Majesty.
No, Your Majesty.
What is this? Why won't you let this man describe the goods to me?
Your Majesty, during the journey to India, he expressed a lot of interest in the goods I was carrying and I showed him all the stuff. So of course he would be able to describe all the goods to you.
No, Your Majesty. It was the other way around. He was the one who showed a lot of interest in my goods and I showed them to him.
Your Majesty, this man is lying. You could even ask my servant who came along with us. He won't lie for me in front of you.
No, Your Majesty. His servant will also lie. I am sure he has bribed his servant too. Your Majesty, I don't have any proof against this man, but I am speaking the truth. Now only you can help me out.
Birbal, I think only you could solve this problem now and help identify the real culprit.
Your Majesty, I can definitely identify the real culprit.
So, go on and do so. Let's resolve this matter right away.
Your Majesty, I need a little time though. I think I shall be able to tell you who the culprit is in a day or two.
All right, Birbal. If you feel you need that much time, then I guess we wait. In the meanwhile, Shamsher Singh, you can stay as our guest, but mind you, If you are the guilty one, then you shall be our guest for a long, long time in our prison.
I understand, Your Majesty.
As for you, you better be speaking the truth. Don't go out of the city until this matter is resolved.
Certainly, Your Majesty. I don't have anything to fear, as I have spoken only the truth.
Birbal, I wish you all the luck in finding the liar among these two.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm sure I shall have the answer for you in a day or two.
Where is Birbal? Hasn't he arrived yet?
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Birbal, where were you? And what have you done about Shamsher Singh? Have you been able to identify the truth?
Yes, Your Majesty. I know the truth now. I can prove who the liar is.
Oh, you can? Excellent. Tell us, who is the liar?
Your Majesty, Dilawar is the liar and the cheat, and Shamsher Singh is speaking the truth.
Dilawar? Oh, I thought he was speaking the truth, as he's a merchant from Agra and has a shop here. Why would he need to cheat somebody? But how can you be so sure? How did you find out?
Your Majesty, yesterday evening, Mansingh and I went to Dilawar's shop and spotting his servant leaving the shop, followed him to a dhaba.
Welcome. What shall you like to eat? You seem to have travelled from far. Is this your first trip to Agra?
Yes, I'm a merchant from Jaipur. Actually, we've come looking for some Persian goods to sell back home. There is a good demand for them in Jaipur. Would you know of any place where we could get them?
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry, but I heard you are looking for some Persian goods.
Yes, I am. Do you know of any place I can buy these goods from?
My name is Sukhiram, sir. I work with a very good trader. His name is Dilawar. In fact, he has just returned from Persia with some very good Persian materials.
I'm so lucky to have met you. Can we go to see the materials now?
Of course we can. Please come with me. Sir, if you could wait here a minute, I shall see if my master is free and then call you inside.
Sure. Please hurry up.
Master, I met a merchant from Jaipur at the dhaba. He wants to buy Persian goods.
Oh, good. Very good. Where is he?
They are waiting outside. Shall I call them in?
Of course. Hurry. Welcome.
We were told you have some Persian goods to sell.
Oh yes. In fact, I have just returned from Persia with some very good stuff.
Then can we have a look at it, please?
Certainly. Please get all the material.
Well, how much do you want for all this material?
Well, you want all of it? In that case, I can give all of it to you for 1,000 gold mohurs.
My friend and I, we both feel the materials are not of the best quality. We've seen better. So we can only pay you half the price. 500 gold coins.
Half price? Not of the best quality?
In fact, my friend just noticed some defects in the materials too. So we shall now only pay you 300 gold coins for it. Take it or leave it.
Okay, all right. You can have it.
Fine, it's settled then. We shall come back tomorrow morning with the money and collect all this material.
I don't understand, Birbal. So how did you know that Dilawar is the liar?
Your Majesty, no merchant shall so quickly and eagerly accept the faults of his goods, nor would he so drastically reduce the price of his goods. I knew immediately that the goods were not Dilawar's, and hence he was willing to settle for whatever price he could get for them.
You are right.
Once I knew for a fact that Dilawar is lying, we cornered the servant and threatened him with dire consequences if he lied. He then spilled his guts and is willing to testify here too about Dilawar's cheating.
Please send for both Shamsher Singh and Dilawar. You should be ashamed of yourself for cheating an honest man who tried to help you out. I sentence you to 1 year in prison, and you shall also pay 500 gold coins to Shamsher Singh as compensation for the anguish you have caused. Guards, take this man away from my sight.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank Birbal. He is the one who found out the truth about Dilawar in his own inimitable style.
Long live Akbar!
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Yes? Who are you? And what is the problem?
Your Majesty, my name is Gopal Chand. I make and sell butter in the marketplace. About a month back, I lent some money to Chandumal, and now not only he refuses to pay it back, but denies he ever borrowed it.
Well, Chandumal, what do you have to say?
He's lying, Your Majesty. I never borrowed any money from him. He's just trying to tarnish my image and reputation to hurt my business.
Well, Birbal, do you want to look into this matter?
Yes, Your Majesty. Gopal Chand, now tell me exactly what happened.
Sir, one evening more than a month back, as I was about to close my shop for the day, Chandumal came to see me at my shop.
Good evening, Gopal Chand. How have you been doing?
Good evening, Chandumal. This is a pleasant surprise. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Gopal Chand, but I've come to ask you for a favor.
Of course. Tell me, what can I do for you?
Well, I need to buy some butter to prepare ghee, and I'm running short of some money. I was hoping you could lend me 100 gold coins, and I would pay you back in a month's time.
Sure. After all, if I needed help, I know I could count on you too. Here you are, Chandumal. 100 gold coins as you asked.
Thank you, Gopal Chand. You are a true friend.
And yesterday, when I went to ask him for the money, he not only refused to pay it, but also completely denied having ever borrowed it.
Now tell me your part of the story, Chandumal.
Sir, I used to consider Gopal Chand a good friend, and Gopal Chand would drop by my shop often.
Hello, Chandumal. How are you? And how is business going?
Hello, friend. How are you? Business is good by the grace of God. How is your business doing?
It's going just fine. Couldn't be better.
And then yesterday, out of the blue, he came to my shop and asked me to pay up 100 gold coins I supposedly borrowed from him a month ago. He's lying, Your Majesty. I never borrowed any money from him. He wants to tarnish my reputation to damage my business.
Do you have anyone who will stand witness to you having lent Chandumal the money, Gopal Chand?
I'm afraid not, sir. You see, when he borrowed the money, it was late in the evening and there was no one around.
Your Majesty, I will need a little time. It is obvious that one of them is lying. And we need to find out who that is.
All right, Birbal. You take your time. I'll leave this matter to you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Sevak Ram.
Yes, sir.
Sevak Ram, I want you to go to the marketplace and find out more about both the butter traders, Chandumal and Gopal Chand.
As you wish, sir. Sir, it seems that though Gopal Chand and Chandumal are both competitors, people in the marketplace are more wary of dealing with Chandumal, whereas everyone is of the opinion that Gopal Chand is a very honest man.
Good, Sevak Ram. Now I need you to do something else. Go to the marketplace posing as a seller of butter and sell a pot each to both the traders. I have also put a gold coin in each of the pots. You will stay at a guest house in the marketplace for tonight and come back tomorrow and tell me which one of the traders returns the gold coin back.
As you wish, sir.
Well, Birbal, I believe you have figured out who the culprit is.
I certainly have, Your Majesty. It is Chandumal who is the liar.
Do let us know how you arrived at this conclusion, Birbal.
Your Majesty, and when Sevak Ram told me that it was Gopal Chand who returned the gold coin back, I had no doubt but to believe that it was Chandumal who has been lying.
Please forgive me, Your Majesty.
First you cheat the very friend who helps you in your need, and then you ask for forgiveness? You shall pay Gopal Chand the 100 gold coins that you owe, and another 100 gold coins for the anguish you have caused him.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
You must thank Birbal, who has made sure justice was done. Bravo, Birbal. Bravo.
Thank you, Raja Birbal. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Long live Akbar! Long live Birbal! Long live Akbar! Long live
One should always do a bit of charity, especially to holy men, priests and men of God. Of course, Your Majesty, we should keep the priests, sadhus and saints happy, as they're the ones who help us get what we want from God.
I never fail to feed the priests and sadhus and also donate a lot of clothes, grains and money to them. I also visit all the holy temples and saints' memorials regularly. I even spend a lot of money for the upkeep of these memorials. After all, the saints and priests are the ones who are closest to God and can help reach our prayers to Him. Birbal, don't you agree with us? Why are you so quiet?
I am sorry, Your Majesty. I don't agree with you.
Birbal, how can you not agree in this matter? After all, the whole world looks up to priests and sadhus and throng the saints' memorials. So many thousands get their prayers answered in these places.
Yes, Your Majesty, there is a limit how far should one go just to be a little different. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people the world over visit saints' memorials with prayers in their hearts and get their wishes fulfilled. It is all because of the saints and the enlightened people that these miracles happen.
Yes, absolutely true.
Your Majesty, I think it is because of a person's faith that these miracles happen and not because of the holy men.
Faith? How can just faith be more powerful than the holy men?
Yes, Your Majesty, faith alone is not strong enough to grant us our wishes.
Birbal, you are being very illogical. Faith cannot be more powerful than the holy men.
Your Majesty, I firmly believe it is the faith people have in holy people, saints and places which is actually faith in the Supreme Being that grants them the wishes and not the holy place itself or the holy people.
All right, Birbal, that is enough. I don't want to hear any more of this blasphemous talk. You shall have to prove what you have said to me, or else you will publicly apologize to everyone here for your blasphemous talks.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, for having upset you. Please believe me when I say I didn't mean any disrespect to any of the saints or holy men. I shall definitely prove to you that it is faith which is the strongest, but I shall need about 2 months to do so.
2 months? Well, all right. You can have your 2 months. But I don't think you can prove yourself right even if you try for 2 or 20 or even 200 years. So do be ready to accept defeat this time, Birbal.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for bearing with me. I apologize once again for having upset you. Sevakram?
Yes, sir.
Sevakram, I want you to find some people who shall build a temple for me on the banks of the Yamuna river.
A temple, sir?
Yes, a temple. Tell the people working on the temple to do a very good job. It need not be a big one. A small one will do. But it should look good and should be ready in a month.
A month, sir? We shall need more people to do it. And which deity do you wish to install in this temple, sir?
Employ as many people as needed. As I said, it need not be a big one, but it should be ready in a month's time. As for the deity...
I hope the temple meets your expectations, sir.
It's perfect. You've done a good job. Thank you. Now we need to put some good things about the temple in people's mind. I want you to start gossiping about this temple and its powers. Appoint a priest for this temple and tell him very strictly that the deity of this temple is not to be seen by anyone. The door to the deity's room shall always be kept closed. In fact, to create an aura for this place, let's call it the Temple of the Locked Deity.
Temple of the Locked Deity? Sir, it is perfect. The name itself will create a lot of curiosity and an aura around the temple.
Yes, yes. I want you to talk about this temple to anybody and everybody. Make up stories of miracles that have occurred here. Tell people about the powers of praying at this temple. How all wishes are granted if one prays here. I'm sure the reputation of this temple shall spread far and wide.
As you wish, sir. I shall begin right away. I know the biggest gossip mongers in the market. I shall need to put this in their ears and they will spread it to everybody in no time at all.
Perfect. So get on with it. Hurry.
The news of the Temple of the Locked Deity and its powers spread like wildfire. People started visiting the temple in increasing numbers.
Your Majesty, have you visited the Temple of the Locked Deity?
Temple of the Locked Deity? No, I haven't heard about it.
Your Majesty, hundreds and thousands of people have visited the temple and have got their wishes granted. The deity is very powerful, and if one prays in the temple, he gets whatever he asks for.
Really? Then I must visit this temple. There's a battle waging on our western front, and I want to ask God for victory of our forces. Birbal, have you heard about this temple? Is what they say true?
Yes, Your Majesty. I have heard about this temple. Though I haven't been there myself yet, I did hear about several miracles happening at the temple though.
You sound skeptical, Birbal. You still have to prove to us that faith is the strongest. Or have you forgotten? In fact, why don't you come with us to this temple? Maybe we can prove it to you that faith is not the strongest.
Certainly, Your Majesty. I shall be delighted to come along with you.
All right, let's visit this temple tomorrow itself. There you are, Birbal, right in front of you. The power of the place. It has attracted so many followers and worshippers.
Well, yes, Your Majesty, it certainly looks like it.
Yes. I just hope and pray my wish for the victory is granted by the locked deity of this temple.
Your Majesty, I bring good news. Our forces have defeated the armies in the west, and the king has surrendered.
There you are, Birbal. The power of this place. My wish hardly left my lips, and it has been fulfilled. What more proof do you need?
Well, Your Majesty, I still think it is the faith in this place rather than the place itself which is responsible for all the miracles and the wishes coming true.
Birbal, how can you be so adamant? Even after witnessing the most genuine proof of the power of this place? I shall not hear another word from you. I want you to never show me your face again. I am very disappointed with you.
O locked deity of this temple, please put mercy in the emperor's heart so he forgives me.
So there. Now you are using the power of this place to ask for your heart's desire. Admit defeat now, Birbal.
I shall, Your Majesty, if you will bear with me for just some time. Sukhdev Singh Ji, if you don't mind, please enter the temple and open the door to the deity's room and then carry the deity back to us. Don't worry, Your Majesty, it won't be sacrilege. You shall see yourself in a minute. I know because it was I who built this temple.
You? You? I don't understand, Birbal.
I shall explain everything in a moment, Your Majesty. Sukhdev Singh Ji, if you would please bring the deity back.
That's my favorite vase, the one the Chinese traveler gifted me. It's been missing for so many days from my bedside table.
Yes, Your Majesty, I apologize. I had to borrow it for a few days. I shall now explain all to you. So I guess I need not give you further proof of the power of faith, Your Majesty.
Very well done, Birbal. Bravo. You were absolutely right, as usual, Birbal. Faith is the strongest emotion. It is more powerful than any place or being. But now, what about the temple of the locked deity? What's to become of it now?
Why not turn it into a free lodging facility for pilgrims and tourists visiting our city?
Excellent idea, Birbal. Bravo. Bravo, Birbal. Bravo.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty.
Yes?
I apologize for disturbing you now, Your Majesty. But I need to speak with you about something.
Well, tell me, what is it?
Your Majesty, it's about my niece. Her parents were killed by a dacoit a few months back.
That's very sad. Go on.
She insists the dacoit is living in the guise of a sadhu. She's just 10, Your Majesty, but I think she may be speaking the truth.
Well, it is now time for me to go to bed. But bring her to the court tomorrow morning, and I will look into this matter.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I apologize once again for disturbing you.
Birbal, Sukhdev Singh Ji. Last night, one of our trusted and loyal palace guards approached me with a problem.
Your Majesty, please do let us know how we can be of help and what seems to be the problem.
Sukhdev Singh Ji, I had entrusted you with the job of apprehending all the dacoits from around our capital and its surrounding areas. The guard told me about a dacoit killing his brother a few months back. Tell me, have you been able to apprehend all the dacoits?
Your Majesty, we were able to apprehend most of the dacoits, but we were unable to trap just one dacoit. We have been looking for him and think that he has been in hiding. I am confident though, that we shall apprehend him soon. In fact, there hasn't been an incident in the last 3 months.
You mean to say there is a dacoit on the loose? But...
Your Majesty, do share your thoughts. Maybe we could help.
The guard was telling me about his niece recognizing a dacoit, but he is living in the guise of a blind sadhu. How do we believe a small girl? At the same time, a lot of people seem to believe in the powers of the sadhu.
Your Majesty, a person who knows a few magicians' tricks can deceive the innocent and gullible people into believing them to be miracles. We can find out the truth if we know a little more about this matter. Why not have the guard and his niece tell us their story?
Yes, that's what I thought too. Guard, escort Dilawar Singh and his niece inside.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Yes. Now tell us the whole story.
Your Majesty, about 3 months ago, a dacoit stormed into my brother's house and killed both my brother and his wife. This little girl is their daughter. She was the only witness to the killing. Ever since the incident, she's been in a state of shock and hasn't spoken a word.
Then what happened?
A few weeks ago, I heard about this blind sadhu who's been living in the woods. He's supposed to have divine healing powers. A lot of people have been visiting him and finding solace. I thought if he's a true miracle worker, maybe he could get back my niece's voice. So I took her to see the blind sadhu. And as soon as we approached the sadhu, my niece suddenly started screaming.
Killer, killer! You killed my mother and father! Killer, killer, you are a killer!
What is this girl saying? Shut her up!
It is a miracle. She hasn't uttered a word for months after her parents were killed. With Sadhu Maharaj's blessings, she's just found her voice again.
No, he's a killer. I will never forget that face. He's not a sadhu, he's a killer.
You better shut her up. She is insulting our esteemed Sadhu Maharaj. The one who gave her voice back.
No, let her be. She is a young child in a state of shock.
You should not say such things about the Sadhu Maharaj. After all, he helped get your voice back.
He is not a sadhu. He is a killer.
You better take her away. Otherwise, I shall take her power of speech back again.
Forgive her, Sadhu Maharaj. She doesn't know what she is saying. Come, let's go from here before you lose your voice again. Your Majesty, I took her home, but she has been insistent that she knows that face and that she is telling the truth. I believe her too by now, Your Majesty, but we have no proof.
But how do we find the proof that the blind sadhu is a fake?
Your Majesty, I think we can easily find out if the man is a fake or a genuine sadhu. May I have a word with you?
All right. Tomorrow I shall go and see this sadhu for myself. Greetings, Sadhu Maharaj.
Welcome, child.
I've heard so much about your miracles and powers that I had to come and see you.
Oh, it's all about faith. Have faith in the power of the Creator and anything is possible.
You are a modest man, Sadhu Maharaj. I have come with a few offerings to seek your blessings, Maharaj.
My blessings are with you.
Oh, so here you are, you cheat! Murderer! I shall chop your head off right now, you murderer!
So you are blind, eh? Guards, arrest this fake man of God. You have orphaned this innocent child and have been playing with people's emotions and faith. For this, you shall be sentenced to death. Take this man away. You have been brave and spoken the truth without any fear, my dear child. For this, you shall be rewarded.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank Birbal. It is only due to him that we were able to expose this fake sadhu.
Oh, it was very simple, Your Majesty. Anyone would react instinctively and defend himself if in danger. Unless one is truly blind, which he isn't. Hence, he got caught.
Thank you, Raja Birbal.
Yes? Who are you? And what can I do for you?
Your Majesty, I am Saif Ali, a farmer.
Go on.
I've led a very simple life, earning very little money. I was living happily with my wife until 6 months back, when she expired.
I'm very sorry to hear about that. Please continue.
After my wife's death, I was feeling completely lost and didn't know what to do with my life. We never had any kids, and I was feeling real lonely. I then met Qazi Abdullah one day.
Saif Ali, why do you look so lost and depressed?
You know, Qazi Sahib, I lost my wife a few days back, and I don't feel like living anymore.
Come, you shouldn't be speaking like that. God moves in mysterious ways. You shouldn't give up on life like that. You have worked hard all your life. Why don't you go on a pilgrimage? With God's blessing, you shall find a new will to live life more meaningfully.
Yes, Qazi Sahib, you're right. That's what I shall do. I'll go on a pilgrimage and then God will help me decide what I should do with the rest of my life. Thank you so much. I went home and started preparing for the pilgrimage, but while I lay on the bed that night, I started wondering what I should do with my life savings. Where should I leave it? Who could I trust with the money? Then I thought of Qazi Abdullah. I thought I could easily trust Qazi Sahib with the money. So I went to his place the next day and requested him to keep my money until I came back from the pilgrimage.
Saif Ali, I shall certainly keep this bag of money for you, but please seal it in front of me so that you can be sure it hasn't been opened when you come back and reclaim it.
So I sealed the bag in front of him, and he accepted the bag. I returned from the pilgrimage yesterday after deciding to spend the rest of my days teaching children about religion and God. I thought I'll survive on the money I have saved all my life, and went to Qazi Sahib to retrieve the bag of my money.
I am glad you have decided to spend the rest of your life educating kids about religion and the teachings of the Holy Quran. Here, I have kept your money safe for you. Please check it if the seal has been broken.
Thank you very much, Qazi Sahib, for looking after my money. The seal is intact. I thank you once again. Oh, my God. How can this happen? Where are my gold coins?
What happened, Saif Ali? You need some guidance about teaching kids? How come you're back again?
Qazi Sahib, when I opened the bag of money I took from you at home, I was shocked to see only a few stones in it instead of the gold coins I had kept in it.
What do you mean? Did you open the bag and show it to me when you kept it with me? No. Didn't you put the seal on the bag yourself? Didn't you check it again yourself when you collected it from me yesterday? So how dare you come here and question me about the bag?
Qazi Sahib, please don't do this to me. It's my life savings. How am I to survive in my old age without the money?
How dare you accuse me of stealing? Get out of my sight right now, or I'll have you arrested for trying to blackmail me and tarnishing my name and position. Get out!
I had no other choice but to come to you, Your Majesty, for justice. Only you can get me my money back. Only you have the power over such a high official as the Qazi.
Birbal, what do you think? Do you think you can find out the truth in this matter?
Your Majesty, I would like to know a little more. Do you have the bag of money with you? Your Majesty, I need a little time to get to the truth of this matter. May I have a couple of days?
Sure, Birbal. In the meantime, Saif Ali, you can stay in one of our guest houses. But if we find out that you are lying, we shall send you to prison as our guest for a very long time.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I give you my word. I spoke the truth and nothing but the truth.
Sevakram?
Yes, sir.
Sevakram, this is one of my favorite dresses and there seems to be a tear in it. Could you find the best darner or tailor in the city to mend it for me? The repair should be so good as to hide the tear and the repair completely.
Certainly, sir. I shall leave right now and go to the bazaar and make inquiries. I think I shall find a good darner who could do the job.
No, Sevakram, I don't want a good darner. I want the best. Make sure you ask for the best one in the city. perfect. I can't make out there was a tear in it. And the repair is so clever too, one can't find it easily. Tell me, who did this job for you?
Sir, there is a darner named Gopal who did this job for me. I asked a lot of people and they all suggested his name to me.
Good. Please go and ask him to come and meet me here, as I want to get some more garments repaired.
Birbal, have you been able to find out the truth in Saif Ali's matter? Or do you need some more time?
Your Majesty, I have found out the truth. Would you please send for both Saif Ali and Qazi Abdullah, please? I shall then place the facts in front of you, Your Majesty.
Sure, Birbal. Guards, escort Saif Ali and Qazi Abdullah to the court immediately.
Saif Ali, are you sure this is the same bag that you kept with Qazi Abdullah?
Yes, sir. That is my bag.
Qazi Sahab, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, it looks like the same bag. And the seal is mine. It's broken now, of course. But the seal was placed by him, and then he checked it once again when he collected the bag from me. It hadn't been broken. I didn't even see what was inside the bag. He claims it was gold coins. How do I know, Your Majesty? He could easily be lying.
Please call for Gopal the Dana.
Gopal, please enter the court.
Tell us, Gopal, did you do a job recently for Qazi Abdullah?
Yes, Your Majesty. Qazi Abdullah wanted me to mend a bag of his, which had torn.
Your Majesty, Qazi Abdullah should be punished as he tore open Saif Ali's bag and then removed the money from him. He asked Gopal to mend the bag after replacing the money with stones. He's a liar and a cheater.
Your Majesty, please forgive me. I got greedy. I shall never err again. Please forgive me this time.
How could you do something like this? You hold an important position. People look up to you for guidance and support, and you go around cheating them? No, you shall not be forgiven. I sentence you to 1 year's imprisonment. Guards, arrest this man. Saif Ali, don't worry. You shall have your money back. And I would like to be a part of the good work that you are doing. So I shall have a small school built for you where you can teach the kids about God and religion. Go on, and God bless.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Raja Birbal.
Birbal, so your eagle eye and intellect have once again helped catch a thief and a fraud. How did you suspect the Qazi's clever act?
Your Majesty, when I heard Saif Ali say that the Qazi asked him to seal the bag and then check it while taking it back, I understood that the money inside was removed in some other clever way. So I looked at the bag very closely and noticed the repair in it. After that, it was just a matter of finding the best darner in the city, Your Majesty.
Bravo, Birbal, bravo. You have outdone yourself again. Bravo.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you.
Birbal was a nature lover and would spend a lot of his free time in the outdoors. One of his favorite haunts was the royal gardens of Emperor Akbar. The royal gardens were very well maintained by the head gardener, Mir. He was a quiet man who lived a simple life and kept to himself and his garden. Birbal used to have interesting conversations with Mir about the various trees, flowers and fruits planted in the garden. Birbal would always treat Mir well, and Mir enjoyed these conversations and liked the rapport he had with Birbal. One day,
Oh
My God, what am I supposed to do? I don't want to live anymore. Oh, God, please help me. God, please.
What's wrong, Mir? Why are you crying?
Nothing, Your Majesty, nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? You've been sitting here and crying aloud. Tell me what's wrong, my friend.
Sir, I have been saving money for my old age and have been keeping it hidden in a pot buried beneath this tree. I've been saving money for the last 20 years. Oh, what am I to do now? Oh.
Take it easy. It's all right. Tell me what happened.
Sir, I came here today and was digging the ground to remove my pot of money. But I can't find it. It's gone. The entire pot of money has vanished. Someone has stolen my money. I don't know what to do.
But why did you keep your money here, buried in the ground in the garden? Why don't you keep your money at home?
I thought who would ever bother digging beneath a tree? I thought it would be the safest place for it. Besides, I spend most of my time right here in this garden, so I can keep my eyes on it most of the time.
If that's so, then someone who knew about your money must have stolen it. Who have you spoken to about your money?
No one, Your Majesty. I haven't told anybody.
Then someone must have seen you putting the money in or removing it.
But sir, nobody is allowed inside these gardens except you, the Emperor, and a few of his ministers.
Yes, you're right. Give me some time. I promise you I shall find your money. I don't want you to worry. Go home and rest now. Why should a person who doesn't know about the money dig under the tree? And a jackfruit tree at that? Yes, a medicine man may dig under a tree for the roots to be used in some medical preparation. Yes, that's right. So, Your Majesty, I would like to ask the ministers who use the garden a couple of questions.
Sure. If it'll help you catch the thief, Birbal, please go ahead.
Has anyone of you not been feeling well of late or had some medication for some reason?
Yes, I had a sore throat for the last 3-4 days, and I'd been having some herbal preparation prepared by my wife.
And where did she get the herbs for the preparation?
What do you mean, where did she get it from? She got it from her mother's place in Jaipur.
Please do not misunderstand me. I didn't mean to cast any doubts whatsoever. I shall explain all to you in a few moments. Anybody else who has been having medication?
Actually, this is rather embarrassing, but I have constipation problems. And my medicine man, the Hakim, he had prescribed a potion for me, which I've been having for the last 2 days.
Oh, and who is the Hakim? Can we call him to the court now?
Of course I can call for him. His name is Vaidya Prasad.
Birbal, I just can't see the relation of this medication with our gardener's money being stolen. What are you up to, Birbal?
I request you to please bear with me for a little while, Your Majesty. I shall make it all clear to you.
All right, Birbal. Get on with it then. Please send for this Vaidya Prasad at once.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Greetings. You have been summoned by Birbal, not me. He wants to ask you a few questions.
Vaidyaji, I've been suffering from constipation actually, and I was speaking about it here in the court when Raj Singh ji suggested I speak with you, as you seem to have prepared a medication for him which really worked wonders for his system.
Oh yes, of course. I shall prepare the same medication for you. And I assure you, within the next 2 days, you shall be rid of this problem forever.
Really? I just can't believe it. Will this problem really go away forever? That too in just 2 days. And I've been suffering for months because of this.
Oh, you shall be fit and fine within the next 2 days. As Raj Singh ji, he too was suffering for such a long time. but just a couple of doses of my magic potion, and now it is a thing of the past.
Now I'm really curious to know, how did you prepare this medicine? What do you use?
If anyone else had asked me this question, I would have refused. But Your Majesty, since you ask, I shall tell you. The most important ingredient in this concoction is the root extract of the jackfruit tree.
Oh, the root extract of the jackfruit tree. I think I shall suffer for a long time, that means. I'm sure you won't find a jackfruit tree in this city.
Nothing to worry at all, Your Majesty. There is a jackfruit tree right here in the royal garden.
Oh, is that so? Well, Vaidyaji, I give you just one opportunity to confess and return Mir, the gardener's money you found buried beneath the tree.
Mir... Yes, Your Majesty. I am sorry, Your Majesty. I found the pot and thought it's been lying there for a very long time, and the owner must have forgotten about it. So I took the money.
Well, being a medicine man, you are supposed to relieve people's pains, not give them pain and misery.
Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I am sorry. I let greed take control over me. It won't ever happen again.
Your Majesty, I think we should forgive him for having confessed and spoken the truth.
Well, if you think so, Birbal.
Yes, Your Majesty, and now I think we shall call Mir and give him this good news.
Sure, Birbal, sure.
Mir, please enter the court.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Mir, we have some good news for you. Your money has been found.
Is that true? I can't believe this. I had almost given up on the money. Thank you so much.
Not so fast. How much money was there in the pot?
Well, there were 75 gold coins in the pot.
Mir, you shall get your money back. But you get 10 gold coins less for being foolish enough and hiding it in such a public place. The 10 gold coins shall be given to Vaidya for confessing to the truth.
Birbal, that was very good. What a way to dispense justice. I'm very proud of you. But tell me something. How did you think about a medicine man?
Your Majesty, the reason I thought of a medicine man was that only a medicine man would have a genuine reason for digging under a jackfruit tree. Anyone else would cut the fruit down, not the roots.
Excellent. Bravo, Birbal. Bravo.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you. Yes. Who are you? And what do you want?
I am Gangu. I want to meet Raja Birbal. I want him to do justice.
But Raja Birbal is resting now. Why don't you meet him in the court tomorrow?
No. Please let us meet him now. This man is a liar and a thief. I can't let it go on like this. Let us meet him and resolve this matter now.
All right. I shall go and see if he's willing to meet you now. Please wait here. Sir, there are two men outside who insist on meeting you. They want you to do justice. I asked them to meet you tomorrow at the court, but they insist on seeing you now. All right, please show them in. Come in, please. Raja Birbal will see you now.
Greetings, sir.
Yes. Tell me, what is the problem? Excuse me a moment. Who could this be now? Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. You should have sent for me if you needed me, Your Majesty.
Oh, I was just taking a walk in the garden when I thought I would like to spend some time with you.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Who are they, Birbal?
I was about to find out, Your Majesty. They wanted some justice done, but I shall ask them to come later.
No, I'd like to see you dispense justice. Please proceed.
Yes, please go ahead. Tell me who you are and what the problem is.
Your Majesty, sir, I'm Gangu Teli. I'm an oilman. I sell oil to various merchants and shops in the city. I did good business today and was passing by his shop. He is Lachuram, the butcher, and he called me in.
Hey, oil man, come here. I need some oil.
Yes, sir. How much oil do you need?
Well, let me see. Give me 1 liter.
Sir, here you are. That will be 2 rupees, sir.
2 rupees? This is cheating. How can you charge me so much?
Sir, oil has become expensive. I have to pay the trader more money and my margins are also very low. I am not fleecing you, sir. You can ask anybody.
Well, you all say that. You're just fleecing us. Anyways, here's the money. That is a silver coin. So give me the change. You must be tired lugging all this weight around the whole day. Why don't you wash up inside and have some lassi with me? And then carry on with your work. How about it?
Hey, what are you doing? That is my money.
Liar, that is my money. How dare you accuse me of stealing?
How dare you steal my money? I won't let you get away with this. And then we got into an argument and here we are, sir. Now only you can help me get my money back.
What do you have to say?
Sir, this man is a liar and a thief. Actually, this is what happened.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Do you need some oil?
No, thank you. I don't need any.
Sir, I haven't done any business today. Please buy at least 1 liter, please.
Look, I told you I don't need any oil. I have enough for 1 whole month.
Look, I shall even sell it to you at a discount. Please buy 1 liter.
All right. Give me 1 liter.
Thank you, sir. That shall be 2 rupees.
Okay. Here you are.
Sir, is it possible for me to freshen up? I'm tired carrying this bag around all day. Could I just wash my hands and face and freshen up a bit?
All right, but hurry up. This is the way to the bathroom. You! What are you doing? Stop, you thief! Give me my money back.
No, this is my money. It is my bag.
How dare you? You come begging to me, I help you out, and this is what you do? You try to rob me?
You are the one who's trying to rob me. This is my money and I will not give it to you.
Then a crowd gathered and they suggested we come to you for justice, sir. Please help me get my money back.
No, sir, it is my money and this man is lying.
Oh, Birbal, how do you think you shall solve this problem? There are no witnesses. There is only one man's word against another. I would really like to see you solve this matter.
Your Majesty, I think I can solve this problem. And I apologize, Your Majesty. But I think you're wrong. There's one witness to this incident.
Sir, I think you are mistaken. There were no witnesses present when he tried to take my money.
No, you're wrong. Of course there is a witness. The bag of money? That is a witness.
Birbal, are you all right? How can the bag of money be a witness? How will the money speak up and tell the truth?
Your Majesty, if you'll bear with me for a moment, I'm sure the bag of money shall tell us the truth.
All right, this should be interesting. Please go ahead.
Please get me a bowl of water. Please hand over the bag of money to me. Your Majesty, the coins have spoken. The oil man is speaking the truth. This bag of money belongs to him.
How can you say that, Birbal? Are you sure?
I'm absolutely sure, Your Majesty. I can prove it to you.
Please prove it.
Your Majesty, if you notice, there is a layer of oil which is floating on top of the water. This layer of oil is from the coins. And the oil could only have come from the oil man's hands as he accepted or gave money from the bag. Otherwise, there is no reason for so much oil to be there on the coins.
Bravo, bravo. You just made my day, Birbal. How clever of you. Excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Please forgive me. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I'm sorry. I just got greedy.
No, you shall not be forgiven. You shall have to pay this man the same amount that you tried to steal from him and spend 1 month in prison for your crime.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Birbal, you truly have no peers. Bravo, Birbal, bravo.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Emperor Akbar had a very volatile temper, and he would lose his temper on anybody who would upset him. Often the punishments meted out by him in his fits of anger would be harsher than the slight or the mistake justified. Birbal was the only person who knew about this and could calm the emperor down in such instances. One day,
God.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Who chose this new color for the walls of my bedchamber? What's wrong with you? Why can't you answer a simple question? The cat got your tongue?
Your Majesty, the color was chosen by you.
How dare you? I would never choose such a shabby color. And how dare you speak to me in this manner? Get out of my sight! Send the painter who did this room at once!
Yes, Your Majesty, right away. I apologize, Your Majesty.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Ah, there you are.
Your Majesty, has there been some mistake?
Mistake? No, not at all. What is your name?
Yaqub, Your Majesty.
Yaqub. So you know your name. You can understand my language and you can comprehend basic instructions.
Your Majesty, if there's been some mistake, I shall correct it instantly.
Instantly? How would you change the color on the wall of my bedchamber instantly? Please tell me. I would really like to know.
Sir, if you don't like the color anymore, I shall work overnight and have it changed for you.
I don't like this color anymore. I never liked this color. I wouldn't feel so agitated if you had followed my instructions properly.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty.
Sorry is not going to do it. You get your pots of color and I shall show you the exact one I want. And I don't want any more mistakes or else I shall make you eat your colors. This is the shade I want. Can you remember that? Now you better not make any mistakes.
Yes, Your Majesty. Understood. Your Majesty, I shall do it instantly, Your Majesty.
No. Guard! Guard!
Yes, Your Majesty.
Go and get that painter right now! Go! Don't just stand there!
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Go! Get your pots of paint now!
Extremely sorry, sir. Please forgive me, sir. What is the matter? Tell me what the problem is. Listen, the Emperor is very angry right now, and if he mentioned it the last time, then I'm sure he will ask you to eat the paint. Eat the paint? Yes, eat the paint. But don't worry, just do as I say and everything will be alright. Your Majesty, I have brought the paints with me.
Isn't this the color I asked you to use?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Yes, Your Majesty. Then why haven't you used the same color? Anyway, I know how to make you remember the color. I'm sure once you taste it, you shall never forget it.
Taste it, Your Majesty?
Yes, taste it. Go on, lift the pot and have it. And don't stop till I ask you to. Stop. I don't want you dying from having the paint. I hope you have learnt your lesson now. I want you to use the same color and repaint this room for the final time now.
Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. There won't be any more mistakes, Your Majesty. Thank you.
After having so much of paint, he probably would be sick for the next 2-3 days. How can this be possible? How is this man back at work after having so much of paint? He should be in bed, sick. You were to finish the painting today, and you still haven't got the old one cleaned yet. Go, get your paints right now.
Where can I find Raja Birbal now?
You could try the royal garden. That's where he usually is in the evenings.
Greetings, Your Majesty. You need to help me. Emperor Akbar is waiting for me. Once again he has asked me to get my paints and meet him. I don't know what to do. Don't worry. Today you do.
Your Majesty, I have brought my paints.
Okay. I shall give you double the punishment now. You shall have 2 paints today. This one and this one. Stop. That's enough. Give me that pot of paint. What? This is thinned sauce. How dare you try and pull the wool over my eyes? Tell me, who gave you this idea?
I did, Your Majesty.
I should have guessed as much, Birbal. It had to be you. No wonder it took so long to get his paints yesterday and today. But tell me something. How did you guess which paint I shall ask him to have today?
Your Majesty, I didn't try and guess which paint you shall make him have. Rather, I asked him to replace all the paints with different colored sauces from the kitchen.
How clever, Birbal. You have made my anger vanish and saved this painter's life too. Bravo, Birbal. And thank you once again for stopping me from embarrassing myself due to my short temper. And you better get it right this time though, or else even Birbal won't be able to save you. And while you are at it, have a royal feast for dinner tonight for the anguish I have caused you.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
How much longer before my turn, sir? I have been waiting for hours already. My tired bones can't take it anymore. Patience, old man. You are next in the queue. But before you go inside, you must give me 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins? Whatever for? To enter the court, old man, everybody who wishes to meet the emperor must pay these dues. What dues? I have never heard of such nonsense. I refuse to pay you anything. Come on now. Stop being stubborn. These rules are not set by me. This is how the system works. What system? I haven't heard of any such system set by the emperor. I shall take you to a head guard who will explain the system to you. Come along with me now. Sir, this old man refuses to pay the charges for entering the court.
Look, old man, you must pay for my guards to allow you to enter.
Why should I pay anything to you? How can you charge me for a meeting with the emperor?
Look, sir, as you have noticed, there are hundreds of people waiting outside to meet the emperor. It's not possible to allow everybody to enter the court. Those who wish so must pay the charges.
You call this fair? This is cheating. I refuse to pay anything to you.
In that case, you cannot enter. Guards, ensure that this man does not meet the emperor.
Sir, there is an old man waiting to meet you.
To meet me? Please bring him inside.
Greetings, Raja Birbal.
What can I do for you?
You alone can help me out of this situation, sir. My name is Ramdev. I am a poor folk singer. Having heard of the Emperor's ears for music, I have travelled all the way from Rajasthan to present some of my compositions to him. But when I went to meet him at the palace the other day,
So that's how the gods have been cheating poor innocent people. I must do something about this. Don't worry. Ramdevji, you shall soon get to present your compositions to the emperor.
thank you, sir. I knew I could count on you.
Excuse me, sir. I'm here to meet the great Emperor Akbar.
So is everybody else here, old man. Before you go inside, you have to pay me 5 gold coins.
5 gold coins? I'm a poor man, sir. I don't even have the money to buy food. How can I give you such a big amount?
If you don't have any money, old man, then stop wasting my time and leave right now.
Please help me, sir. I'm a poor man. Can I pay your charges later?
Ah. Let me take you to the head guard and see what he has to say.
Old man, you must pay up if you want to meet the emperor. That is the system we follow here.
But I don't have any money, sir.
Then stop wasting our time, old man. There are hundreds of people waiting to meet the emperor.
I have a suggestion. The emperor will surely be happy with my compositions and reward me. I will share half of that reward with you. Will that do?
Half of the reward, is it? That seems fine. Guards, let him meet the emperor. Make sure that he shares half of his reward with us.
Thank you, sir. You're very kind. Greetings, Your Majesty. I come from the land of Rajasthan with songs specially composed in Your Majesty's honor.
Welcome, Ramdevji.
मैया थारो राम बसे कीण गाम मैया थारो राम बसे कीण गाम मारो राम रमैयो रे रे घट घट मां कोटा बरियो इतरो ही जाने कोटा बरियो इतरो ही जाने
Very well done, Ramdevji. That was a beautiful rendition. I'm very pleased. Tell me, what reward would you like?
Thank you, Your Majesty. I request you to reward me with 100 whiplashes.
100 whiplashes? Why do you want to get whipped, man? I want to reward you with gold coins, jewelry, and you are asking for 100 whiplashes? Very strange. Are you sure that's what you want, Ramdevji?
I'm very sure, Your Majesty.
All right then, if you so insist. Guard, grant Ramdevji his wish.
Wait. I would first like to call the person whom I have promised to share the reward with.
Share the reward? What are you saying?
Your Majesty, allow me to explain. Since I couldn't pay 5 gold coins to the head guard as charges for meeting you, I promised the head guard to share half of my reward with him.
Summon the head guard.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
How dare you cheat the people of my kingdom like this? Guards, throw this man into the dungeon and let him starve to death. As for the rest of the guards who have been part of the system, I banish them from my kingdom.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Birbal, you may remove your disguise now. This was indeed a good way of teaching these cheats a lesson. I knew it had to be you. Bravo. Very well done.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I would now request to present to you the real folk singer Ram Devji, who has come all the way from Rajasthan to meet you. If it were not for him, I wouldn't have known about these cheats.
Please invite him, Birbal. I would like to hear the original Ramdev Ji now. And this time I shall not reward him with whiplashes.
Long live Birbal! Long live Birbal! Long live...
Sukhdev Singh Ji, you have just returned from Persia. Why don't you tell us about your trip? How was it?
Your Majesty, the trip was good, and the Emperor of Persia sends his greetings to you. The Emperor also fondly remembers Birbal. In fact, he has invited Birbal to come and stay as his guest for some time, as he enjoyed his company immensely the last time.
So, Birbal, you seem to have acquired one more admirer, and that too an emperor.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I enjoyed the Emperor's company too. He's a very wise man.
Birbal, you seem to be very impressed with the Emperor of Persia. You think he's a better emperor than I am?
Your Majesty, I merely said I enjoyed his company and he's a wise man. I made no comparisons.
Sir, why not make comparisons? Sukhdev Singh Ji, you have traveled to distant lands and empires. Tell us, which is the best ruled land that you have visited?
Without a doubt, our empire is the best one, Your Majesty.
Certainly, Your Majesty. I have been traveling all over our empire and have personally seen how happy the people are.
That's right, Your Majesty. And why shouldn't they be happy? You are a just and a wise ruler. You do not impose heavy taxes on the people. You distribute so much wealth amongst the poor. Everybody feels lucky to have a ruler like you, Your Majesty.
Our armies are strong. Each and every soldier of our army would lay down their lives without a moment's hesitation to defend our empire. You inspire such deep and strong loyalty amongst them.
Your Majesty, I can bet anything that our empire is the best. There never has been and there never will be a better, just and a more powerful emperor than you.
Yes, Your Majesty. I second that. You are the best.
You're the best, Your Majesty.
Thank you. Thank you. Birbal, you haven't said a word. What do you think?
Your Majesty.
Go on, Birbal. Speak up.
Your Majesty, I don't believe ours is the perfect empire or you are perfect either.
Birbal, you seem to have made it a habit to contradict everybody, just to be different. And this is the limit.
Yes, Birbal. If you don't agree that ours is the perfect empire, then tell us which is a better one.
Your Majesty, I reiterate, you are certainly a good emperor, but you're not perfect. Just like any other human being, you too have flaws. That's the way God has made us human beings.
This is an insult. How dare you openly insult the emperor?
Birbal, if you don't think our empire is the best, and you don't think of me as the best emperor, then I don't want you to stay here. Please leave. I shall not tolerate anyone who openly insults me in my court just to be a little different.
Your Majesty, I didn't mean to insult or offend you. I was merely trying to point out that nobody and no place is perfect. There is always room for improvement.
First you insult the emperor and our empire, and now you patronize the emperor by saying he needs to improve?
Birbal, I'm totally fed up with you. Please leave.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Please don't let this upset you, Your Majesty. This time Birbal went too far, trying to be different. You were right in asking him to leave.
Yes, you're right. I shouldn't let this affect me. I always liked Birbal and thought him to be a very wise man, but he disappointed me. I was unfair to Birbal yesterday. I'm sure he's upset with me. I understand what he was trying to say yesterday. I shall ask him to come back and also present him with a nice gift. God, go to Birbal's house and ask him to come to the court immediately. Yes? Where is Birbal?
Your Majesty, there was nobody at his house. The door was locked.
Where could he have gone? I want you to go and find him. Find his servants and ask them. Then go to him and return to court with Birbal. Go on, hurry.
Your Majesty, are you calling Birbal back?
Yes. I made a mistake yesterday and asked Birbal to leave. As usual, he was being honest, and I punished him for doing so. Yes? Why haven't you brought Birbal with you? Where is he?
Your Majesty, I tried to find his servants and finally found one of them in the bazaar. He said that Birbal packed his bags and has left on a long journey. He didn't know where. He also said that he would be gone for a long time.
Oh, I have deeply hurt my friend's feelings this time. That's why he left.
Long live Akbar! Long live Akbar!
3 months passed by and Birbal did not return. The emperor started missing his friend more and more. He became irritable, distracted, and sad.
Your Majesty?
Yes, I'm sorry. I feel so terrible for doing wrong with Birbal, and now he's gone.
Your Majesty, why not send our messengers to different cities and to his relatives and friends' place with a message asking him to come back?
No, I don't think he shall respond. I shall have to go personally and escort him back. I think I have deeply hurt him this time.
Your Majesty, but how do we find out where he is?
Yes, I have been thinking about it. He has several kings as friends, and he must be staying with one of them. I shall send a message to all the kings, which could only be understood by Birbal.
Excellent, Your Majesty. That way, if any of the kings respond to your message, we shall know where Birbal is.
Exactly. Now what the message shall be, I'll tell you.
I cannot understand this message either, Your Majesty.
Birbal, can you understand this message from Emperor Akbar?
My friend, I have fixed the marriage of the lakes in my city. Do ask the rivers of your kingdom to attend the wedding.
Yes, it is a most puzzling message, Birbal. Do you understand what the Emperor is trying to say?
Your Majesty, I think I understand what the Emperor is trying to say. We shall send a reply to him.
Our rivers shall be delighted to attend the weddings of your lakes. Please ask the wells of your kingdom to stand at the gates of your city to receive them.
Wonderful. This has to be Birbal. I shall leave for Persia immediately.
Long live Birbal! Long live!
Manilal was a trader, a honest and a trusted man. He worked hard and made a lot of money. He used to keep his hard-earned money in a bag and keep this bag locked up in a trunk next to his bed.
I remember locking the trunk last night. This is strange. Oh my God! God!
Yes, sir. What happened?
My money has been stolen. Did you notice someone strange around the house last night?
No, sir. I saw no one.
I am ruined. I have lost everything. What will I do now? How will I ever get it back?
Sir, why don't you go to the Emperor Akbar? He may be able to help you.
Yes. I think I'll have to do that. And so when I got up in the morning, I saw that all my money was gone.
Now, Your Majesty, I'm hoping you could help me get my money back.
It is quite sad. But don't you worry. We shall get to the bottom of this matter. Birbal, I want you to look into this matter.
Yes, Your Majesty. Manilal, do you suspect anyone who would do this? I think it has to be someone from your house, as no outsider could have gotten away with this without getting caught. Besides, the thief knew exactly where you hid your keys too.
Sir, all my servants have been with me for many, many years, and they have always been honest and loyal. And besides, I have no proof to even suspect anyone.
Birbal, you think you'll be able to solve this case with no witnesses or evidence available?
I most certainly can, Your Majesty. But for that, I would like to be excused from the court for half an hour.
Certainly, Birbal.
Thank you, Your Majesty. In the meantime, Manilal, I want you to get all your servants and guards to the court.
As you wish, Raja Birbal.
Birbal, why have you brought this bunch of sticks to the court?
I'll explain to you in a moment, Your Majesty. First, I want all of you to pick up one stick and keep it with you. Your Majesty, these are magical sticks. I got them as gift from a sage who got them straight from the gods after years of meditation. These sticks of the same length have the most amazing power. The one kept with the thief will grow by an inch by tomorrow morning, and we shall know who he is.
Are you sure? These are truly magical sticks, Birbal?
Yes, Your Majesty. I have tried them out several times.
In that case, I want all of you to be back in the court tomorrow morning with the sticks. Birbal, let's find out if the culprit is amongst them.
Certainly, Your Majesty. Would you all please hand me the sticks so that I can measure them? Your Majesty, it's the guard who is the thief. Your Majesty, his stick is exactly an inch shorter than the others. These are not magical sticks. These are just ordinary sticks all cut to the same length. As he's a thief, he thought that his stick will grow by an inch, so he cut it an inch shorter.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. I confess, I stole the money from my master's room. And yesterday when Raja Birbal spoke about the magic sticks, I got very scared. So I thought if I cut the stick by 1 inch, I shall be saved. I needed the money very badly, and I'm sorry for what I did. I have not spent anything yet, and will return the whole amount back immediately.
Your Majesty, I shall eternally be grateful to you for helping me get my money back. Thank you, Your Majesty.
But you must thank Birbal, without whose help we would not have solved this case.
Thank you, Raja Birbal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty.